I fucking forgot to put on the fucking music.
You're doing great.
I forgot to put the music on.
You're
It was
doing
just
great.
silence.
You're
It
doing
was
great.
just silence. None of y'all in chat, y'all were so ready and primed to talk about potential delay, or is there gonna be a delay maybe? But and none of you said anything. 2 minutes of silence. 2 minutes of silence.
This was an anomaly among our delays. Like, what could this be?
Yeah, I did hear the news. Did you hear the news, Han?
Yeah, I heard.
It's tragic,
Fucking
honestly.
Rip the realist one. Like, foundational to both anime and manga itself, and like its adaptation in the West. Like,
Yeah.
adoption in the West, whatever.
Yeah, especially, you know what I've, like, seen a lot of that is, like, really heartwarming to see, because there's always been the South American, like, big fandom of Dragon Ball. And, like,
Absolutely.
seeing a national fucking watch party for Toriyama's, like funeral, that is, like, incredible. Like, the entire country coming together over their love of media made by this man.
It's just wild how many like lives Dragon Ball has its existence touched. I remember working in a kitchen, and I had this one co-worker who was like this old Guatemalan guy. And the one time he and I ever had a conversation was where like a full conversation where we're both giving input about like an interest, was when he explained to me his nuanced critique of Dragon Ball, like GT.
That is wonderful, actually. That is so wonderful, actually.
It was genuinely so interesting, because it was just like, oh shit, it's real.
But yeah, like, even, like, beyond the Dragon Ball, there's, like, Dragon Quest as well. Like, his influence is, like, genuinely incredibly pervasive in, like, media over the entire world. It's always sad when someone goes.
Genuinely amazing. Like, it is sad that he's gone, but what a fucking legacy he left behind.
Why is Dragon Ball Z super popular in South America? I have no idea. I literally do not know. I just know it is. I just seen it.
Like,
I find it very charming, but like...
I think it just simply is a fact. I think the cultural mechanisms behind the fixation on it is so complex it would be near impossible to break down.
Probably, actually. It's likely the stupidest fucking, like, domino chain, butterfly effect bullshit of, like, this light is a little bit of introduction somewhere in a moment that made, like, a small region get together for it, and then it just expanded from that, right?
It's like, something like that.
I bet. You mean Jack dudes shooting lasers at each other? That's fair.
It has a universal appeal.
Speaking of universal appeal, let me pull up the game. Let me pull up the, like, world-acclaimed visual novel Fate Stay Night 2004, I think? God.
It's been 20 fucking years.
God, yeah, 20 fucking years, right. That's why we're getting the translation finally, because it's the 20th anniversary. God. But yeah, it's always sad when anyone dies, honestly, and someone who has touched so many lives in so many ways. Have you seen Oda's, like, eulogy to the man?
I haven't.
I will let you, like, look it up later. There was, like, a whole eulogy that he did, mentioned
You'll permit me to look it up.
Share screen. I am not forgetting this time. Don't worry about it.
So proud.
And now you should be able to see things. Should. Chat can see this as well. Music is stopped. Okay. So last time we were about to commit crimes.
It's only a crime if he's innocent.
It's only a crime if Soichiro is not actually the master. Oh, right, and we saved immediately before going in.
We decided to pick it up in medias res. Last time we stripped Issei naked.
We sure did! We sure did! Shirou checked every fucking place the command spell could have been in. Oh.
Just to make sure.
You believe even Berserk's author's death wasn't this moan over the... Yeah.
I feel like that's just like because Kentaro Miura had like a niche fan base, and like a lot of people didn't get into Berserk as like kids.
I need to get into Berserk myself. It's something I need to.
It's so fucking good.
It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Tohsaka has arrived at the agreed upon time. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took me some time to wrangle up the stuff we're going to... Oh god, wait.
She's brought materials.
So, are you ready? I hold out the Shinai bag in my hand. In it is a single wooden sword. This is the extent of my preparations. Well, guess there's no choice. If it comes down to a proper fight, we've got Saber to begin with, so... Maybe it will be fine if you just watch how things go, Miya-kun. Yeah, that's true. As long as we've got Saber, I'll just back her up. Why did you only bring one? You bisexual? Well, it's hard to imagine a situation in which I'd have to protect Saber's bag, though. Oh boy. He doesn't know, chat.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, chat.
Rin, why is Archer not here?
He's an archer. He will be on a higher ground, I assume, maybe? Then, with a serious expression, Saber asks, Tohsaka, you didn't bring Archer? Yeah, I left him behind. Okay. Tonight's going to be a surprise attack, so if we've got Saber, we probably won't need him. To be honest, I don't want to bring him near Caster. Ooh, alright. Because he threatened with, like, allying with Caster and her master. Let's go, she says, and starts walking. I don't know what she's thinking, but that means we won't have any help from Archer this time. I do not like this.
I hate this, actually, I think.
Time passes. The return from school to the Rita Temple. No matter what, you have to pass through this intersection.
This intersection.
There was a preview for a new Fate Unlimited Blade Works Bridge, which is a must-watch after this route. Yeah, I've been told not to watch the trailer because big spoilers, but I've been on the lookout. And so, it's here that for the last hour we've set our trap. A simple boundary field courtesy of Tohsaka. I can't do anything about us being seen from outside, but no one is going to hear anything. A missile could land here and nobody could notice a thing. Please don't actually blow the place up.
Cue Archer from the high ground.
No gas explosions, please. So she says, it's dead quiet all around us. Some of that is probably because of Tohsaka's boundary field, but the town is also totally lifeless. It's already been 7 days since the Grail War began. It's like the life is being shaped away from the town little by little where no one can see it. He's here. Emiya-kun, hide. I press my body up against the wall. I can't even hear his footsteps. Beneath the street lamp is a single silhouette. Tall and slim. That sight, familiar from school, is undoubtedly Kuzuki Soichiro.
He's just standing there.
Menacingly. Like always, Kuzuki-sensei passes before our eyes at a perfectly measured pace. I guess you could say that he seems totally defenseless. So much so that, even having come all this way, my doubt that maybe Kuzuki-sensei has nothing to do with any of this all is resurrected. Tohsaka, are we really sure that Kuzuki-sensei is our guy? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Oh boy, crimes.
Crime.
It seems like Tohsaka only half believes it herself. I guess she means to go ahead with the plan even so. Tohsaka points her index finger at Kuzuki-sensei calmly walking past. Gander. Said to be the simplest magic of all. A curse that dampens the bodily function of its target. Tohsaka's is less like a gander and more like a gunshot, but this time she should be holding back. Are you ready, Emiya-kun? They whisper the boys. There's still time. It's possible that Kuzuki Soichiro might be innocent. Isn't there a way other than a gander shot to check if someone is a master? Strip this man down! Strip this man down!
Oh, god damn it. Like...
Kuzuki-sensei, I've been failing classes lately. I need just like fucking tugging on his tie.
Like, okay. So if there's one thing I've learned, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that Tohsaka's almost always wrong. But also, I don't know what else we're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Also consider, you could be saying that Tohsaka may be wrong, but do you trust Shirou? Shirou!
Not really.
Yeah, exactly. Both of our options fucking suck. These two are the worst at this.
This sucks. Okay, it's too dangerous. I'll stop her. This is, like, genuinely stupid.
We can't. There's no escaping that this is too violent. Tohsaka, wait. No matter how you look at it, this is too rash. It's a little late for that now. You think we can stop when we come this far? Tohsaka sticks out her left. Oh, she's not stopping!
Oh, she's just doing it anyway. Great. Cool.
And immediately afterward, with a sound that stabs at my ears, something black shoots forth from it. She probably made it make a sound on purpose. The gander she launched is slow, and the black mist flies toward Kuzuki like a slow ball. A wind of sickness that will lay him up in bed for 2 days if it hits him. But for a master, being disabled for 2 days is tantamount to death. If Kuzuki-sensei is a master, he'll definitely have some kind of a reaction, but... Oh crap! Tohsaka gets to her feet. There's no reaction from Kuzuki walking down the road, and Tohsaka's gander mercilessly moves to strike Kuzuki Soichiro in the head. Just before it does, it's nullified by a cloth appearing from thin air. I think that's him.
Oh.
A sound slips from the mouth of he who should have been struck by the gander, as if to say that he'd known from the beginning that there were people hiding in the shadows. Tohsaka! I instantly draw the wooden sword from the bag and pour magical energy into it. I don't have time to hesitate in reinforcing it. Oh!
Yeah, okay, cool. If there was any doubt whatsoever, that's gone.
The cloth that floated down in from the Kuzuki has now taken on a human form. A woman's long and slender limbs appear from within the indigo robe. Teleportation. Oh, it's not a, like, shadow clone either. She's just here now. Oh no.
Fantastic.
In the current era, pure movement of that kind is said to be genuine magic. Casually embodying the arcane, the Black Witch caster makes her appearance. casually embodying the arcane. That is such a good line. I did warn you, Soichiro, that you should stay in the Ryudo Temple because something like this would happen. Perhaps she has no eyes for us. Caster leisurely calls to her master, to Kuzuki.
Not at all. In fact, I've got our prey.
Oh, hi! So you have. They don't seem like especially big fish, but there's no doubt that this is a good catch. Now come on out from there, my dear foolish mage. God! God, why is she so hot? About it.
It's because she's kind of horny with it.
At this point, it could be difficult to run away. No, with Caster and her master in front of us, middle of the town or not, there's nothing to do but fight. She's talking to Wak specifically.
She's looking through the screen, targeting you.
But before that... Are you not going to come out? That's too bad. I'd like to at least see your face. What's that fox talking about? She already knows who we are. Tohsaka curses as she hides in the shadows. Is there another master here? Wait.
Oh no.
Perhaps she heard that. I'll give you 3 seconds, young lady. After that, I'll give you back a taste of your own medicine, Ilya? So saying amusedly, Caster turns her palm towards us. Okay, no. Huh.
Who's talking to you?
Yeah. It's a revival of the scene at the Ryudo Temple. She's not so naive as all that. If she does it, she will destroy us right along with the wall we're hiding behind. Emiya-kun, on my signal, I want you to jump. Saber, are you ready? I get the sense of a nod from behind my back. But... before that, there's something I have to check. Sorry, save that for later, Tohsaka. Huh? There's no need to wait for her reply. With my wooden sword lowered, I step out of the shadows and into the intersection.
Shirou?
Shirou! I guess maybe she couldn't let me go alone. Even Tohsaka comes out with me. Ara? Just Ara? Isn't this a surprise? Have you started to understand things a little better, boy? Caster leisurely casts her eyes on us. Kuzuki stands next to her. Let's go, Himbo of Justice! From here to them, it's about 10 meters. No matter how I think about it, Caster's fingers will be faster than we can get to them. I reveal myself understanding that. There's something I have to do before we fight. That is...
Tohsaka and Emiya, To think that not just Moto, but 2 of you will be masters as well. Even if you are mages, fate, say night, is a strange thing.
I love you. To confirm the true nature of Kuzuki Soichiro, whom Caster is protecting.
What is it, Emiya? Did you not have something you wanted to say?
He says in the same tone as always. I can't feel any sense that Kuzuki-sensei is a mage. No, I can't even feel any will to fight his way through the Holy Grail War. Then... Kuzuki, is Caster controlling you? Just like Archer said, Kuzuki-sensei might just be under Caster's control. I can't fight him until I clear up that question. Caster is wreathed in hostility. Just from that, I can feel that to her, that question was taboo. Silence, boy. Or should I go ahead and kill you? Those words are no idle threat. At that...
Wait, what makes you ask that, Emiya?
Kuzuki stops her with a voice no different from when he stands at the lectern.
There must be a reason for your question. Go ahead and say it.
My throat is dry. No doubt from the air of murder emanating from Caster, the indigo robe declares that she will kill me if I say the wrong thing. And during that, I do not know how you became a master, but you're a decent person, right? Then there's no way you could just overlook what Caster's been doing. I just thought that if you're letting her get away with it, it'd be because you didn't know about it. I say, glaring at Caster.
What Caster has been doing?
Yeah, she's put her roots down in the Ryudo Temple, and she's collecting magical energy from the people of the town. The people who have been falling unconscious lately, one after another, have all been her doing. Up to now, and from now on too, the number of victims is going to increase. As long as Caster keeps sucking magical energy out of them, sooner or later someone is going to die. She called the townspeople sacrifices. It won't be long before something happens that can't be taken back.
I see. So that's what this is about. Normally, a good person would be unable to leave Caster to her devices. So because I, her master, am letting her do as she pleases, you thought that she must be controlling me.
Yeah? If you've been leaving Caster to her own devices knowing what she'd been doing, you're just a murderer. I won't show you any mercy. But if she is controlling you, that's different. We'll just beat Caster.
No, this is the first I've heard of this.
Ecto... there? Oopsie! Gaslit! Girl boss, a little bit too much.
Gaslit gatekeep girl boss.
With a firm will, he declares. I can't see any lie there. Kuzuki Soichiro stands just as straight and cleanly as he does at the lectern. As I keep my guard up against Caster, I breathe a sigh of relief. If he's being controlled by Caster, then that makes Kuzuki-sensei a victim as well. In which case, all we have left to do is beat Caster.
However, Emiya, is what Caster's doing really so bad?
And yet, Kuzuki Soichiro calmly says that. What did you say?
However many strangers might die, that has nothing to do with me. What's more, Caster hasn't killed anyone. Good grief, that is quite the half-hearted way to go about it, Caster. If you're going to go that far, you should take everything at once, roots and all.
Oh, Shirou's theory hinged on the idea that if this man was a decent person, then he would have to be controlled or not know about it. He's not a decent person, that's fine, don't worry about it. Huh? That too was the same as always. Looking just the same as he does standing at the teacher's lectern, Kuzuki Soichiro delivers an opinion with no lie or falsehood. Do you mean to get innocent bystanders mixed up in this? God.
All people are bystanders. Well, you've likely already guessed what it is that I am. I am no mage, just an old, worn-out killer.
Kuzuki steps back. He takes up a position at Caster's back and casts his eyes over us from her shadow.
Although you were right to call me Caster's puppet, I know nothing of the Holy Grail War. If you and Caster intend to kill each other, I will simply watch from the sidelines. However...
Oh boy.
I too hold my life precious. I don't know what Caster is planning. I will merely kill anyone who opposes me. Now, do as you wish, Caster. Kill them or let them go. The choice is yours.
God. Hey, watchdog. Hug. Do not say that. Like we delay every single 100% of the time. We've been going, like, more than 50-50 even, so shut up.
I would say the odds are pretty much in our favor.
Yeah. With a victorious smile on her lips, Caster stands to block her way. Oh jeez, they're both a pair of weasels, aren't they? Even as she curses them, Tohsaka doesn't move. No, she can't move. Even if we combined our skill as mages, we'd still stand no chance against Caster. So long as masters are mages, they can't stand against the superlative mage that is Caster. Is that right? Oh wait, is that... Oh, that's Saber, never mind.
Is that right? Then you have no objection to dying here, oh master of Caster.
Huh? A voice from behind my back. Faster than I can turn to look at her. She's on them! The servant of the sword, Saber, dashes forth. She's here. She's
God
just fucking
her.
running in.
I love her.
Saber? Even my voice doesn't catch up to her. Saber, already clad in her silver armor, charges at Kuzuki like a gale. Stop right there, Saber! The counter-attacking wards of Caster's spell. The space between them shrinks. If Saber, dashing that whole distance in the space of a breath, is a gust, then Caster weaving her spell, yet faster still, is a thunderclap. And the gale as well. The 5 shots of light hurled out into the space of less than a second become thorns of death, flying out to impale Saber. Woohoo! Magic resistance? No, I know of no knight who could completely deflect my magic. But what if they kissed? Caster's scream rings out. Caster's spell, which even Archer had no choice but to dodge, Saber nullifies with nothing but a glare.
I really like in the CGs where she gets really intense and her eyes get really horizontal.
Yeah.
It's a very good look.
Caster is not the object of her gaze. Her target, the foe she means to split with her sword, is none other than the Master Kuzuki Soichiro. Saber sweeps her sword through Kuzuki without hesitation. Soichiro-sama! The intersection returns to silence. Saber is stopped in the pose in which she swung her sword. Everyone here took her sudden attack as having decided the battle. That's right. Everyone, save for the indifferently standing Kuzuki Soichiro. Oh, what? No, what do you mean interlude?
You can't do that!
Dash, pause, attack. Deflecting all of Caster's spells and affording no chance for anyone to stop her, Saber decided the battle. The speed at which she stepped toward him, her footwork striking the ground, the horizontal swipe of her sword, all were inevitable. Her invisible sword slashed at the enemy master. It was a surprise attack, launched at the perfect opportunity. With a mighty slash that could have carved through a great tree, she unfailingly split Kuzuki Soichiro in two. No, she should have split him in two. Huh? Her voice leaks out in bewilderment, as if to ask what exactly is happening. Still in the stance from which she swung her sword, she looks in shock at the enemy before her. Even she hasn't grasped what happened. A horizontal sweep that should have killed him. It's been stopped. Just before it could have swept through the enemy's torso. The blade was caught by something.
His leg and his elbow.
Is such a miracle even possible? Her sword was stopped by her opponent, Kuzuki Shirou, between his knee and his elbow. He caught her high-speed slash between one elbow and one knee. Of course she doesn't know that there is a martial art that can catch an opponent's blade barehanded, or of the master who can manifest it. Even so, in a normal fight it's unlikely that it could even have given her pause. But she's a servant, and her opponent is no more than an ordinary man. That he should have seen her invisible blade and stopped the attack that should have killed him with naught but his bare hands, that has already passed from the realm of reason.
You underestimated me, Saber.
His voice seems to echo from the depths of the earth. Jesus fucking Christ, this man! Hi? Saber's body wavers. With all her strength, she tries to pull back her sword. In that instant... Oh! Oh! A mysterious impact burst against the back of her head. It doesn't make any sense. This is the first time she has faced a foe who could stop her sword with his bare hands. No. In that case, that attack must have been barehanded as well. In other words, she was punched. At this range, close enough to feel his breath, she was punched in the back of the head? Still unable to grasp what happened, she evades. Something graces her temple. Recognizing that it was a fist strengthened through some sort of magic, Saber leaps back. Wielding a long weapon as she is, against a barehanded opponent, she is at a disadvantage at close range. Saber retreats to a range where her sword can do its work. Of course, her eyes are still fixed on her opponent. She's trying to widen the range out of her enemy's advantage. It's a foundational principle to counterattack an enemy who's pursuing you to prevent your escape. But the enemy doesn't follow her. Caster's master, the man who should have been struck down if she targeted him, moves not a step and... stabs at the pit of her stomach! Oh god! Meet Chatsuki, huh?
I didn't think this guy would be cool.
This guy is fucking going! The air bursts from her lungs. What stabbed her was only an impact. The attack was stopped by her armor, and only the impact was transmitted to her. Further impacts. Things precisely aiming for her vital points are, without a doubt, nothing more or less than his fists. Did she have time to gasp? By the time she realizes that the true form of those impacts is his boulder-like fists, the battle is decided. Jesus! He unleashes a hail of fists. With a weight and a strength as though they've been forged from the steel of the very gods themselves, he beats his fist against her. How should I describe it? His arms lash out like whips, and yet they move at right angles. He lashes out like a flash, and reaching the end of their travel, his arms move from there again, still faster with the technique of a war god. Poor Saber is getting Riona'd! No! Those attacks, difficult to even see, aim only for her vital points. You beat Saber DLC! No counterattack is allowed to her. Even her arms swinging her sword are targeted, and that pain pierces her armor and reaches all the way to her essence. The attacks always come from the outside inward. His arms swinging wide change their course with his elbows as the fulcrum, and beat down on Saber from impossible directions. She's just fucking wailing on her. heavy and keen. The death they bring is not an instant one, but they still are as if coated with a deadly poison. That's all this attack is. Although his fists can't be dodged. Their might is not so great, but each time that she's struck, the pain makes her mind pause. The blow struck in the barest of openings, striking the back of her head in an attempt to strip her fully of her consciousness, make her imagine death's own scythe. She evades it purely by her intuition. An attack aimed for her arms or her chest is fine, but her head? If she's struck in the back of her head, she will be beaten. Knowing that, Saber concentrates her nerves only on that attack. The mysterious man who stopped her sword with his bare hands. In the face of that bizarre attack, the likes of which she's never seen before, the only thing that she can rely on is her intuition.
Well dodged, even if you are still confused.
What a man. The enemy's arm stop. Yeah, Watchdog, not saying anything. But also, I think you're wrong. His stance, just like his fists, is as immovable as a boulder. Martial arts is bullshit. Saber, probably.
I see. It's not that you have good eyes, it's that you have keen intuition.
His body moves. What's different about the attack that he hurls out? Saber, who has reliably avoided every fatal wound, is unable to evade that attack. Oh. I like this. I like the CG, actually.
It's really good.
Her consciousness slips away. The impact that fell on the back of her head rattles her brain. Even so, she raises both her arms. His attacks cannot pierce her armor. Then, his aim will be for her unprotected face. Raising both her arms, Saber protects her face. An impact slips through. It was the very picture of a snake sliding through a dense wood. His fist easily slips in the gap between the arms protecting her face. That's fucking horrifying.
Jesus.
Her consciousness retreats. Hey, remember how in the very first route we were all like, hey, a human can never ever beat a servant?
Subversion of expectations.
The trunk of the snake, his left elbow, slams down towards Saber's collarbone. Retreating slightly to evade it, Saber clenches her hands around her sword. Prepare herself for the attack, changing direction from his elbow and aiming for the left hand side for the back of her head. She can no longer afford to underestimate this opponent. If he means to strip her of her consciousness, she will let him. But just before he does, she will cut off his arms in the exchange. And so, she opens her eyes wide. And is astonished. Using his elbows as fulcrum, the strike comes down from directly above. The path that, until now, has always drawn a circle is now a straight line. Instantly shifting her head to the side, she evades the strike falling on the top of her head. The impact falls on her shoulder. In the instant she glares at the enemy for destroying her left shoulder, her spine freezes. He draws his upper body back. The right arm that he hasn't used even once until now. His right fist, already set at the level of her throat, shoots out like it was fire from a cannon. Oh boy! Oh boy!
This has been like 3 full minutes of Saber just getting her ass kicked.
The enemy's attack, which until now had been only lines, is now a single point. Against Saber, directly in front of him, his fist flies out in a straight line. With that power, thrown by this man with the precision to pass through the eye of a needle, it will pierce her. That attack, thrown with all of the strength in his body, will all too easily pierce her throat and sever her spine, and send her head sailing horribly through the air. Awful. But that too is a misfire. No surprise that can work against her near precognitive intuition. The snake's fist grazes the side of her neck. Seeing that through, in the instant she steps in to make him taste the bite of her own sword. Crack! Oh! Oh, the side of her neck makes a sound that's difficult to believe.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
The snake's fangs bite into her. Oh, in the instant that they're evaded, the fingers that graze her neck sink into it with a crunch. Oh!
That's visceral.
An encore? Oh! Oh!
No!
Oh, so that was your turn to say an encore, but oh my god!
Sorry, I missed it. I'm a little...
No, I missed it too! Her shock becomes a shiver that runs down through her body. That's right. The hand is normally not used. Is normally used not for striking, but for grabbing. With the assistance of Caster's magical energy, the enemy's fingers easily crush Saber's throat. Oh. Oh. Saber raises her sword. In that moment, just before her throat can be crushed, her sword races out to sever the enemy's arm. But that proves impossible. Faster than she can swing her sword, her body is swung like a sword itself. The sensation of her body sailing through the air, like a pitcher's overhand throw. Grasping Saber by the neck, he flings her away with one arm. A human fastball! She can't possibly break her fall. As she's thrown, the flesh of her neck is shaved away and striking the wall at 200 kilometers per hour. Oh! Her body is forced to cease activity. Oh, that's awful! That's awful! I hated that!
A lot of Ryota. That's a treat? Good god, that was terrible. Oh my god, that's bad. This is terrible.
Everyone watched that sight in utter shock. Not just Tohsaka and I. Even Caster, who should have been exulting in her victory, is staring at her own master in amazement.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Kuzuki's counter to Saber's sudden attack. From the nightmare strike at her throat to the all-too-perfect throw that captivated even us, his enemies. Saber doesn't move. She was thrown by her neck and impacted the wall with her back. The injury to her neck is likely fatal. What's more, she struck the wall with a speed likely to have finished her off. It doesn't seem like it could have been an instant death, but I doubt that she's able to move. At the very least, she will probably remain on the ground until the wound on her neck and the beatings she took to her body can heal. No way. My voice unconsciously leaks out. Even if his face were strengthened with Caster's magic, Kuzuki is still just a regular human. Who could have imagined that he could overpower a serpent in hand-to-hand combat?
Assuming that a master's role is to support from the rear, is all well and good.
The slim figure turns around.
But there are always exceptions. There are also talentless masters like me, who can only stand in the front lines.
That's something we've just been shown! In other words, for these two, the usual roles of master and servant are exactly reversed.
What are you doing, Caster? Didn't I tell you before? If you're going to support me, then deal with the enemy's projectiles.
The enemy's... Kuzuki's gaze is fixed on Tohsaka. For him, the real threat isn't Saber, but Tohsaka, who can attack him from far away. That's why Kuzuki didn't target us. He can feel instinctively that it's safer to leave mages to fight mages.
What's the matter, Caster? I told you may do as you wish.
No, I will deal with Saber. So Ichiro, I leave the masters to you. Wordlessly nodding to Caster's proposal, Kuzuki turns towards us. At his back, Caster turns toward the fallen Saber. Bring it on. Saber got taken out because she was confused, but I figured out his tricks. You just have to take him out before he gets close, right? Oh no, she's about to get fucking instant knocked out.
I was gonna say, are you about to say instant loss, or?
Glaring at Kuzuki, Tohsaka gradually retreats. A fight between a mage and a warrior is a battle of range. However monstrous his close combat skills might be, Kuzuki has no magic resistance. Because of that, if she can shoot, we can win. It will be our victory if she can weave even a single spell before he can get close. Facing Tohsaka, Kuzuki doesn't move. Caster walks toward the wall where Saber was thrown. That's a mistake. There's an opening for me to make a move, but right now... Oh! I hate this, I despise this!
This is a terrible situation to be in.
Generally awful.
So I feel like... Well, both these answers suck. So I was about to remember which route this is, but now I've been told to, and I don't want to. I mean, like, protecting Tohsaka feels like the vibe, because I think this is... like, we're in the most danger. But also, gang, stop telling me what to do.
Yeah, do not give hints like that until we ask, by the way, please. That being said, that is what I go... Okay, so here is my thought, right? Mm-hmm. What the fuck is Shirou going to do to Caster?
Literally,
nothing.
Like, we have already proven that Shirou is helpless against Caster.
Shirou may be able to protect Tohsaka from getting obliterated, but he's not going to beat Caster.
No, not a chance. Like, he's probably not going to beat Kuzuki either, but at least Tohsaka's, like, moving.
So let's protect Tohsaka?
Yeah.
I will protect Tohsaka. It's not as though Saber is dead. Even if Kuzuki is more a monster than we ever expected, Saber still hasn't been defeated. What's more, Saber won't let herself be finished off by the likes of Caster. I tense my grip on the wooden sword. I glare at Kuzuki so as not to miss even a blink of his eyes. In the instant that he turns toward Tohsaka, I'll step in front of her. Knowing Tohsaka, when I do, she'll instantly jump to the side and shoot Kuzuki down. There was no time for that. The very instant. In the instant that I think Kuzuki's body might have blurred just slightly, he's standing in front of Tohsaka. Even in her shock, Tohsaka still instantly points her palm at Kuzuki. And then... bang! To the middle of her chest. She's struck with the same hand that almost tore out Saber's throat. Oh! Hand stops for Tohsaka. Struck in the pressure point in the middle of her chest, she's unable to breathe. With that, it's over.
Clips right, clips right.
If they're unable to breathe or to cast spells, a mage is cut off from the majority of their abilities. Maybe it was because she instantly leaped back, but the blow to her chest stopped at just knocking the wind out from her. But the next hit, he did jump back, but it was still less than 1 meter. That kind of distance is no escape from Kuzuki at all. I got in between them. Using the wooden sword in my hand as a shield, I stand against Kuzuki, who's moving to follow up his attack on Tohsaka. He suddenly hurls out his fist. I can't see it? How was Saber able to dodge something like this? I concentrate all of my attention on protecting my left side. The heavy sound of his strike, and the sound of the wooden sword breaking. In front of me, I see Kuzuki throwing out his next strike. I'm going to die. I can feel it. My reinforced wooden sword that was as hard as steel. If he can break that with a single blow, he can break my body no matter where he hits me. I cannot stop him. Behind me, Tohsaka is coughing painfully. I can't even see Kuzuki's attacks, and my only weapon has been destroyed. His fist aims precisely for my temple. No doubt, immediate Shirou will be killed by that thing like a steel hammer. If I can stop him, I'll die. A weapon. I don't stand a chance against him by myself. I need a powerful weapon to narrow the vast gulf between us. Oh, are we doing this? It closes in on my brain. A vision of being killed flashes through my mind. I cannot let that happen. If it does, if I can't stop him, I will die. A weapon. If I had a weapon he can break. Not a hasty thing like the wooden sword, but a strong, well-tempered weapon. A first-rate sword. One far too good for me. That's right. With his weapon, surely... Yes, Grayson! Then make them. Make them, even if it's impossible. Make them, whatever the price you pay. Reinforcement and reproduction. Something that already exists and something that never did. Know that there is only the barest difference between them. That's right. There's no time to think. Feign it, no matter what you have to do. If you break something, that's fine. If you lose something in the process, that doesn't matter. Even if it's a fake, that's no problem. Hurry, forget it. Do you understand? It's not just you that's going to break. If you can stop him, then Tohsaka behind you will... Yep.
Let's go.
Was that Tohsaka or Suichiro? I don't know.
No idea.
At that sight. Yeah. No way! Tohsaka speaks for me. A muffled voice. Was that Kuzuki? Perhaps there's something wrong with my ears, but I can barely hear anything. No. Not just my ears. The feeling in my limbs is faint as well. Only my right eye is working properly. Oh boy! What did you do to yourself, boy? I look at Kuzuki's fist flying out, and I observe the thing blocking it. That has nothing to do with me. It's like my arms are empty. Even though I have no feeling in them, I hear the crackling sound of my nerves tearing themselves to pieces. In my hands are his twin swords. The Jang's sword, Kansho, and the Jin sword, Wakraya. So are these swords named. Recklessly and hastily copied, they exhibit their existence to the wielder even so. But I'm sorry. As I am now, I can't fully project Jichu. The range between us opens. Deflecting over 30 of his punches, the twin swords shatter as though to say they can endure no more. Not because they yielded to Kuzuki's fists. The twin swords dissolved simply because I can no longer maintain their image. Goodbye, Fei-Fei, I apologize, I have to go. Perhaps he was surprised by the twin swords? Kuzuki shows his first sign of something like hesitation. Then, a strong wind whirls up in the intersection. I cast my gaze toward to the wall. I guess she must have recovered. Saber is standing. And Caster is backpedaling before her. We made the right choice. Okay, good, at least. Oh. Oh, that is a really fucking cool moment to do the projection magic, though.
Yeah, it's like... I like that both of them have been to save Tohsaka in both routes.
Oh. Yeah, that's why it was a mistake. However, much as she might have been knocked down, it wasn't as though Saber had lost her strength. Thus, with her powerful magic resistance, there was no way that Saber could be cornered by Caster. Defeating Saber could have to be Kuzuki's job. And yet, Caster made a mistake. She seems to have been planning something, but that indulgence cost her this chance for certain victory. Kuzuki retreats. He stands to cover Caster, overpowered by Saber, and...
That's enough. We're leaving, Caster.
He delivers a precise judgment. Master? No. Saber is wounded. You could still...
She's not an opponent on which that would work twice. It seems it was I who underestimated her.
Ooh, didn't finish her off at the book fucking in that moment.
I should have hit her with one more technique.
Kuzuki is right. Saber was completely overwhelmed because Kuzuki's techniques were far too strange. But that was then. I wouldn't be able to respond no matter how many times he hit me with them. But Saber has already gotten used to it. Tactics take flexibility as its essence. They're strong, but because Kuzuki's attacks take such a specialized form, they're easy to see through. They're lethal because you've never seen them before. That is the difference between a technique polished to an art and a skill trained to its utmost limits. Very well, Soichiro. Yes. As a servant, I do have to obey my master's orders, don't I? Whom was that directed at? Irritatedly spitting that out, Caster whirls her robe wide. After that, there was nothing. After the indigo robe enveloped Kuzuki's body, as if by magic, they disappeared from the intersection. Hey, so are we going to talk about the state Shirou is in right now? Because the screen has been in static for a while now.
Is he doing alright, buddy?
I don't think he... Damn it. Now Kuzuki will not come down from the Rito Temple no matter what happens. After Caster and Kuzuki disappear, paying no heed to her chest where she was hit, Tohsaka grinds her teeth in frustration. I understand how she feels. Now that this has happened, Kuzuki will not come out of the Rito Temple. If we're going to beat Caster, then next time we'll have no choice but to attack the enemy's base ourselves. But the Rito Temple is guarded by assassin, and Kuzuki and Caster won't be beaten so easily themselves either. If we attack them recklessly, it will end up with them turning the table on us. But now, if we want to defeat Caster anyway, we have no choice but to enter the Rito Temple ourselves.
Vin, a word of warning. That temple is a treacherous place for us servants. Even with Archer's help, our chances of forcing a victory are slight.
I know what a weird place that mountain is. I'm not going to chase after them just because I'm frustrated. And I'm not going to drag your master into any daring plans.
Then you mean to give up on defeating Caster?
Nice joke. I hate losing. And more than anything, I can't just let Caster do as she pleases. And I think your master feels the same way about that. Right? She asked me with her eyes. Maybe Tohsaka is dragging her along, but even Saber has a look that says, "Is that right, Shirou?" written all over her face. Of course, we can't leave those two alone forever. Master's not going to stop collecting magical energy. And Kuzuki said he won't stop her either. So we just have to beat both of them. It seems like Assassin is at the Ryudo Temple too. But since Kuzuki is Caster's master, if we can beat him, that will be the end of it. You're right. I can't imagine that Kuzuki could just quietly give out his command spells, but in any case, if we capture him, we'll figure it out from there. For now, that means we will have to come up with our own plan, but then I guess something happened? Suddenly. More importantly, Emiya-kun, what the hell was that? Wasn't reinforcement supposed to be your only magic? With a gravity like she's looking at an enemy, Tohsaka asked me. I guess she's talking about the magic I used to copy Archer swords? No, even I'm still shocked that I was able to do it at all, so I don't really think it's something she should be glaring at me for. Don't just stand there, answer me! You told me before, right? That's the only magic I can use is reinforcement. No, that is true. But the first magic I ever managed was projection, but I was told it's inefficient, so I should focus on reinforcement instead. Huh. Didn't I tell you? You did not. I'm furious that I did not hear about any of this. She gives me a sharp look. I don't know why, but it seems like Tohsaka is really angry. Then I'll ask you. This isn't the first time you've done projection magic, is it? I guess not. I do it all the time to clear my mind when I feel practicing reinforcement, but it's not like I ever projected anything useful like I just did now. How should I put it? I could mimic the outside, but the inside was totally empty. The inside was empty? What, you're saying you could only copy the appearance? No, I was thinking about the inside too, but I could never do it properly. That's why I'm as surprised as you are. An image can't compare to the real thing, but I got pretty close just now. So Emiya-kun, you're saying you learned projection before you learned reinforcement? It's less that I learned it, and more that it was the only thing I could do. That said, it wouldn't be useful for anything, so he told me to switch to reinforcement right away. Yeah? I'm sure I could have done the same. But that is strange, isn't it? You were able to copy Archer's swords for that long, but you can't project ordinary things? I wonder if your talent for it is limited somehow.
Perhaps unlimited blades.
Perhaps unlimited blades do work with projection magic, you know? There are mages who don't have any versatility, but who excel at something really specific. She starts to ponder something by herself. Oh boy, her special interest. With that, without even trying to look me in the face, let's go home for now. Saber used some magical energy to heal herself, so you will need to let her rest. She starts on the way home alone. Who's using Magecraft? There's no one at the house. Shirou, are you trying to fucking project them again? The hallway is dreadfully silent. Maybe there's still something wrong with my ears. I can't hear my footsteps. My limbs are still numb, and I can feel the ground under me. Oh boy, and he hasn't told any about this, you know?
Good God.
Surprised that I can even walk straight in this state. I head for my room without any conversation. Let's call off for training tonight. You're tired too, right, Saber? But with you getting hurt so badly and everything? Returning to my room, I talked to Saber, who followed me here.
No, I'm quite fine. I expended some magical energy to heal myself, but I still have more than enough remaining. More importantly, Shirou, is there nothing wrong with your body?
No, I'm fine. My arms and legs still feel heavy, but it's just muscle pain or something. I'll feel better tomorrow.
Understood. However, if you are in pain, please don't hesitate to call for me.
This fucking boy, I swear to God. He frustrates me to no end. Yeah, and you too, Saber. Wake me up if you need anything. If you get hungry in the middle of the night, I'll make up a midnight snack or something for you.
White woman starving.
White woman serving. I can supply Saber with magical energy. If there's anything I can do, it's just to make her some food to cheer her up.
Shirou, please try not to push yourself.
Also, I know it's using the constant magecraft sound, but like, that's a surprisingly good like tinnitus to give Shirou right now, actually, you know? Speaking of, I am calling it tinnitus or whatever because I got it too, you know? This whole time, this fucking sound has been triggering it in the back of my mind. It's driving me fucking crazy. Leaving that behind her, Saber disappears into the room next door. Yeah, I guess I should get to bed. Laying out my futon, I flop down on the floor. Flop. The feeling in my arms and legs is a little dull. Maybe it's the effect of unfamiliar magic, but when I relax, my consciousness immediately falls away. What the? I guess I'm tired. I'm a little concerned about the ringing in my ears, but tonight I feel like I can sleep for the first time in a while. Surely, Shirou is not going to be having any weird dreams, huh? I tear off the futon. A feeling of nausea like burning hot iron is forcing its way up my throat. Every muscle in my body, in fact my very bones themselves are warping. I hear a grinding sound in my ears. That sound, coming from within my own body, is the sound of my bones grating against each other. What is it that they can't tolerate? Bones in my limbs splinter as though in protest against their host, and like they're attempting to escape, my ribs creak as they wriggle, trying to pierce through my chest. Oh! Pain runs through my entire body. Even though my whole body is being crushed in an enormous vise, the pains come from within my body. Contradiction of my body greatly expanding, even as it's being tightly compressed. Top my foot on. Writhing like a worm, I endure the mysterious and intense pain. My head burns. Maybe it can't endure the pain. For a while now, it's been like my brain is in a sauna. And so, it ceases to matter if this is priced for using an unreasonable magic, or if this is the abnormality in my body that Saber was worried about. It's a little bit of suffering, you know?
I love nighttime suffering.
Listen. I enjoy that Saber got the shit kicked out of her a little bit, so now Shirou gets his own 5-minute scene where he's just suffering horribly. It's
the Riona
equality.
Is coming from inside the Shirou.
The Riona is coming from inside the house! Even so, for some reason, I can't stand the thought of calling Saber for help. I don't want to make her worry about something like this, and I need to take my own responsibility. obvious. With my body dripping with sweat, I desperately hold back my groaning. The clock I look at with my dazed mind still isn't even showing midnight. It'd be easier if I went to sleep, but this pain would probably wake me up again if I did. I fade out. My mind simmers away to wideness. Come the dawn, I'm sure the pain will retreat. But until then, having to endure this pain for another 7 hours is already like a nightmare. Oh, well, this fucking sucks.
Another funny dream?
Oh! Why are we here? Okay, sure. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Hey, Wack.
Yeah?
Is this the place I recognize?
Yes, it is!
Is this? Oh no.
I think it is.
Oh no.
Why are we here?
I don't want to be here.
Okay, sure, fine. Okay, sure, fine.
Yeah, sure, fine.
For him, it was not a good place. A place of delusion and disappointment, envy and resentment. That place where dark emotions seeped into the very walls could be called a room of curses. A room that should have been his, but that wasn't used for him even once. That's you.
Who's talking?
I don't know if... I mean, yeah, the voice is there. That's Shinji.
I thought so. Give me just a second.
Don't worry about it.
And I'm in a lot of pain.
Don't worry about it. We're just fucking doing the suffering roulette today, I guess.
Incidentally, just that has me very confident in my theory. I feel vindicated.
This place is dismal.
He clicks his tongue at his own delusion. Someone else's worthless brat spent many years here and long threatened the Mato bloodline. That's the only past that he can know. His father never told him anything, but his grandfather taught him all that happened here. His father didn't choose him and thought to the end the Mato house. To end the Mato house, but his grandfather wished for its revival. And so, he held no feeling at all for the man who was his father. His father gave him existence and failure. His grandfather taught him of superiority and his rights. When he wonders, then, what his mother had given him, Shinji lads. In the first place, the Mato house has no need for women. It's said that his mother was some sort of a carrier, but no doubt once she had born him, she'd fulfill her usefulness. Wow! It's a safe bet that if you search this room, you could find the thing that was his mother. Oh, God!
Oh, their family's so fucked, dude.
He has no desire to look for her. In the first place, he has no desire to look upon the womb that had birthed his inferior self. The basement room is filled with decay. In the depths of darkness, in a place yet darker still, mysterious insects cover the floor!
I remember this place.
Oh no, although there should be no nourishment left for them to suck on, the insects continue to nest themselves in this underground training room. Now, to begin with, this is not a place for raising people, but for raising worms. What can be seen in the crawling darkness is a swarm of black-winged insects. Even the shadows clinging to the walls are naught but glistening black maggots.
Hey, how's the stream going? Oh.
Yeah, you have arrived at a point. I don't think there's any, of the worst thing that could be happening going on, but it's still a bad place.
This is it. My one piece of Fate background knowledge coming into play.
Yeah! Amidst all of that, there stands a shining golden man. The sight of him ill-suited to this deepest of places. Oh no, he's got Gilgamesh!
Oh no.
Archer, so this is where you've been?
Why is Archer in the warm room?
You know, worms. Oh, worm.
The golden man, Archer, paying no heed to his master, only stares in deep darkness. Hey, this is the first time, like, imagine doing this route first and being like, Archer, what?
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that Shinji? Sorry, the volume's very low for me.
Don't worry, yeah.
Listen, I've got some great news. Konamini said he'd close his eyes to whatever we do. I knew he had some good points, but he really is useful. I mean, that means we can do whatever we want, right?
As he delightedly calls out to him, he walks over to Archer. There, Archer finally notices his master. The red eyes casually turn his way.
No, I haven't come to complain or anything. I don't care what you do or where you do it. I respect my servant's free will. See, I'm pretty open-minded, not like the others.
God, I hate him so much. Even as he's overpowered by those red eyes, Shinji still comes yet closer to Archer. Even if Archer's very existence is eerie to him, he is still nothing more than a familiar. And so, he continues to maintain his arrogant attitude toward Archer. Even as his words are magnanimous, as if to display that he is clearly the stronger. I see. It would seem that Kotomine thinks quite highly of you.
Yeah, apparently he had some kind of debt to my grandfather. He said it would be better if someone like me from a historic bloodline won the war, instead of some mysterious third-rate mage. That's obvious, isn't it? I don't know why he felt like he needed to say that, but, well, at least he has an eye for people. And he did help me out, so I'm thinking about giving him a bit of thanks when I get the Grail.
God, you can smell his inferiority complex so fucking badly.
It's so woven into every interaction he has.
A stifled, delighted giggle rings through the room.
So, should we get started, Archer? We don't need to worry about anyone seeing us now, so let's hurry up and start killing. Gobble up some souls and get stronger, eh? And then it'll be their turn next. Gotta crush that miserable Saber and settle up my score with Amiya.
Come on, he says, placing his hand on Archer's shoulder. Archer observes that hand with a look in his eye, as though he'd been touched by something unpleasant.
What? Look, I'm telling you we're going out, Archer. Whatever hero they are, servants have to obey their master's orders absolutely, right?
Perhaps he imagined the sight of Saber's submission, and of his friend groveling on the ground before him. He cheerfully commands Archer. But the young, golden man, without moving an inch. Shinji, you do not understand the Holy Grail. For the first time, he speaks his master's name. If you want the Grail, then forget the other masters. In the end, they are nothing more than sacrifices. If you truly want to possess the Grail, then there is something we ought to take care of first. Oh no! Ilya! No!
Oh no! Ilya!
Oh no, Ilya! That's you.
Something we need to take care of?
He, Mato Shinji, nervously looks at his servant. His legs unconsciously take a step back, and the hand he'd placed on his shoulder unconsciously retreats. Let us get our hands on that first. I have deigned to lend you my power so that I might acquire the Grail. The Grail is the only objective that we share. Well, I do understand your feelings, however. Revenge is a pleasant feeling. The pursuit of pleasure is the proof of one's humanity. Once we have done what is necessary, I will accompany you in your play. Perhaps he'd said something amusing. Archer raises the corners of his mouth. Play, huh? God. Sensing something vicious there, far too late, Shinji found himself frightened at the true nature of this serpent. The 8th serpent. A heroic spirit who shouldn't be here. The most powerful king of heroes, who had remained ever since the last Holy Grail War.
Now that you mention it, I never asked you, did I?
Trying to maintain his superiority even so, Shinji calls out to him. What is it? Ask and I shall answer you, master.
Your wish. If you did get the Holy Grail, what do you want to do, Archer?
That was a wholly natural question. The half-immortal heroic spirit who possesses all the world's treasures. What could such a man want now? Oh, did you not even know that much? Archer says in surprise, and his face splits into a smile, as though he'd encountered some trivial good fortune. I approve of lavishness, splendor and decoration are to be cherished above all else, but there is no meaning to be given to that which is excessive.
Excessive?
This is an ancient tale, but I once chose 10 slaves and decided that I would kill any of them who were unnecessary. What do you think happened next, Shinji?
They were all slaves, right? Then didn't you kill them all?
No, not at all. In fact, I could not kill a single one of them. In the old world, even if they were simple laborers, there was not one person who was unnecessary. Sardonically shrugging his shoulders, Archer takes a step forward. Into the still, deeper darkness. He raises his foot to the dark shadow covering the floor. But this world is overflowing with excess. Never mind then. Even if I were to select 1,000 people, I doubt if I would find a single one I could not kill. Good heavens, this world has grown fearfully soft on humanity. Oh, God.
Oh, I love this. I don't understand. What is it you actually want, Archer? You're trying to get the Grail because you have something you want too, right? So...
Archer doesn't reply. Golden Man, without even turning to look at his master. It's quite simple. Abundance is sickening in itself. Drives his raised foot down into the darkness. A squelching sound. On the dark floor, onto which he drove his foot, are the innumerable corpses of insects and the yet more innumerable swarming rabble. God! God! Anyway, that was the fucking, worm room.
The worm side.
I hate the worm room.
I love that we watched a whole episode of whatever that was, and all I remember from it was the worms and literally nothing else.
Which is very fortunate because the first episode spoils quite a few things, actually.
Pug.
God. It's morning. I slowly open my eyes. The night that I thought would go on forever came to an end before I realized it. Thank God my body doesn't hurt anymore. Could I no longer endure the pain? Or did the pain disappear while I was asleep? Anyway, my body doesn't hurt anymore, and I don't feel sleepy or sluggish either. I guess I only slept for about 3 hours, but my head is relatively clear. My boy, my sweet boy.
He's fine.
He's the opposite of fine.
He's fine.
Art with Wack in the warm room when? If anyone in chat wants to do art of that, you have my wholehearted 100% permission and encouragement. I will look at you in the eye, and I will enjoy it more than you will enjoy drawing it. I want to cast this as an announcement and as a warning to the general public. Do not test me. I will like it. Anyway.
Do not test me.
Good God, Hud.
Listen, sometimes I have to assert myself.
There can be no question of your dominance isn't the right word. But
The opposite, though. Hey, Tom, I'm so glad that your first message today is right after me saying that. Alright, I guess I should go make breakfast. I only had 3 hours of sleep. I spent the entire night. Wait, Dutch, no, wait. You wouldn't do that. All you have to do is ask, you wouldn't do that. That's too much for you. I'm sorry, I wouldn't put you through that. I get up from my sweat-soaked futon, and then, just as I try to get up, my left foot slips out from under me. Huh? That's strange, I think, touching my left foot. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no pain, and it's not bleeding, and most of all, I have no feeling of touching it at all. It's not just my left leg that's numb, but my left arm as well. When I tentatively try pinching the left side of my chest, I find that it has no pain or feeling at— oh god! Shirou! Shirou! Although the pain has receded, I guess this means my body still hasn't fully recovered. That's a stroke. No, Shirou just had a fucking stroke.
good for him. Sorry.
The left side of my body is completely numb, and it doesn't even feel like my own body. I felt something like this many times before. It's like when I sleep wrong in the shed, when I pin my arm under me, and when I wake up, the blood to it is cut off. Yeah, that's it exactly. Oh god, that sucks. Like they're just fucking completely asleep.
Oh no.
It's like the temporary numbness you get when your blood flow is cut off. Well, for the moment, I can move no problem, so given time I should go back to normal. It's just that my reflexes are dulled.
Sorry.
Yeah? No, the same.
I was just gonna say, I was just complaining about that very thing happening to me like 5 minutes ago.
Like I'm moving my limbs with a set of levers, but if I'm careful, that shouldn't interfere with my daily life. Please, Shirou. Also, Dutch is just like, try me. Bet, Elber, try me. You know what? Fine! Fine! Do it! Do it! Draw me with the worms. Do it. Do it. Fucking do it. Right here, right now. Do it. You are set free henceforth. You owe me no more art. You just have to do the worms. That is the ultimatum.
Good lord. I feel like I've been witness to a devil's bargain.
That was the most Faustian bargain that I... The stream does not end until Wack is warned.
Jesus.
Oh no. I will send. I will mention later in the server with spoilers because I don't want to like give too much to Anya, who doesn't 100% know just yet the full extent of things.
She doesn't know, chat.
Ah. Figuring that it's not a good idea to use a knife this morning, I've decided on a simple breakfast made with bread. My right hand is still fine, so I'm able to manage the frying pan alright. I cook up some bacon and eggs, make up 3 servings of ready-made clam chowder, and manage to lay it all on the table.
Why does clam chowder feel like such a strange thing to be eating in this household?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but that's fine. The smile, just the smile. Ah. Itadakimasu. God. Vowing together, we start munching on the golden brown toast. Like always, Saber nods to herself as she eats the toast on the salad. Yeah. There is a certain charm to seeing her with chopsticks in her hands, but seeing her eat Western food suits her. Ah. What woman. Saber is fundamentally quiet. Not that she's silent exactly, but there's a part of her that believes silence is golden. So our meal times especially are like this. I prefer to be quiet at meal times myself, so this kind of a breakfast is ideal. Huh? There! I finally realized why it's so quiet this morning.
Where's Fuji?
In other words, this morning... Hey, good morning! Wait, oh, we're having a French breakfast this morning? Fujine hadn't been sleeping over. That's right. Today I tried making something like France's Café Marley. I tried, so shut up and eat. Here I say, handing Fujine a mug. You say that, but this has got kind of an instant smell to it, doesn't it, Shirou? It's just our imagination. I bet your nose is just not working since you just woke up. I see. Now that you mention it, that might be it. Morning to you too, Saber-chan. Sorry for not coming home yesterday. Fujine gulps down the piping hot clam chowder like it's some kind of sports drink.
That's vile.
That is the worst thing I've read in this fucking... We just had a detailed description of Shirou just writhing in bed as his own body tries to explode from the inside out, and this is somehow worse.
Chugging clam chowder out of a mug is somehow so much more vile than any
Please
other
look at chat right now. Please look at chat right now.
Yeah, beast, animal, creature. But, excuse me, subhuman Bostonian, I'll fight you. That's a fight on sight. If I ever see you, we're throwing hands.
I had no doubt that her esophagus has been fitted with some sort of special coating. I can't believe she's the throat goat confirmed.
So, incidentally, just the reason you associate clam chowder with Boston is because it's like the national dish here. But also, that's kind of why I'm saying it's weird for them to be having instant clam chowder here in Japan. Is that like a thing?
I have no idea.
Good morning, Tiger. I didn't see you last night. Did something happen?
Oh, yeah, I just had a little bit of work. No, I guess that's not true. I was just visiting some of the kids at the hospital. But that all ended yesterday, so from now on, I'll be able to put my feet up a little. As she says that, Fujine takes a piece of toast and spreads it with margarine. It doesn't really matter, but for some reason, Fujine doesn't use butter. I could ask her why, but I feel like she'd give me a pointless answer back, so I've decided to refrain. Hey Fujine, Oh, many of the bad folks at the hospital were badly sick. One of them. Right now, the hospital is just keeping an eye on them, on how they're doing. And they say that they should be all able to come back to school by normal by next week. So it's alright, Shirou. You don't have to worry about what happened. You can relax and take it easy. Fujine bites into the toast with a crunch. The way she did it is so completely without worry that I feel at ease just watching her. I see. I'm glad. That's right. All's right with the world. I'll be looking forward to dinner tonight too. She gives me a peaceful smile. Yeah. At times like these, everything about her drives home to me that Fujine is Fujine. Oh, that's sweet, actually. Alright, I'm heading off. I'm trusting you to look after the house just like before, okay, Saber?
Yes, that's quite fine, but... Shirou, I didn't see any food made in the kitchen. So am I to go without lunch today?
Look at this hungry creature! The little, like movements seemed like she was just tugging on his fucking sleeve before he left.
Just like kind of kicking at the crowd, like it's a tiny little blush, like
Oh,
hey, sorry,
I'm hungry. No, today's Saturday, so I can come home early. I'll be a little late, but I'll be back by lunchtime, so I'll make lunch.
Is that so? Shirou, I would much prefer if you would make a point of telling me these things. Somehow you seem rather distracted this morning. Your reactions are a little slow as well. Is there something bothering you?
No, not really. I still feel tired after everything that happened yesterday, but I'll be back to normal in no time. The feeling still hasn't returned to the left side of my body. There's no pain, and it moves just fine, so it's not a problem. There's no need to worry Saber by reporting every little thing about it to her. Well, that was definitely my bad. Meals are your only hobby after all. I'll make a splendid lunch as an apology, so let me off the hook with that, alright? I wave goodbye to her and place my hand on the door.
I can't agree with that. If I don't eat, I simply won't have my strength when I need it.
It's fine, it's fine. Alright, look after the house, okay, Saber?
it's fine, it's fine.
Do not worry about it. Turning my back on Saber's protesting voice, I head out the door. I guess I'm more tired than I thought. I touch my numb left leg. It wasn't like this at home, but now that I've started walking, I'm beginning to feel sick. However much I might say it won't obstruct my activity, dragging my numb body along is a psychological strain. No, I got to put up with this much. This is nothing compared to what those two went through. Even if she's recovered, Saber had her throat ripped out and was hurled against the wall. And Tohsaka had the breath knocked from her by being hit in the chest with Kuzuki's hammer-like fist. It's adorable to think that I could compare to them when I haven't even actually been injured.
Buddy.
Well... God. Touch!
Yeah, did you just see the question?
No! I... Okay, give me one moment. Give me one sec. Just give me one moment. Don't worry about it, okay? Okay? Do not even worry about it.
Who's worrying about it? I'm not worrying about it.
Where are you on my Discord? I need to... I cannot say things out loud right now where she would hear it, so I need to actually send to you.
Am I the she in this equation?
She, yes. One moment. My brain... You're not even online right now on Discord. Oh, Sharpie got references. God. Okay, there we go. Don't worry about it. We are just enacting sinful things behind everyone's backs. Do not worry about it.
A little bonus for the H stream.
Just a regular stay night stream. Don't worry. There's nothing going on here.
We've got Tohsaka, neglected trauma, downplaying injury, worms.
Worms.
Oh, Lord.
I should fucking add them to the next thumbnail anyway.
Please don't.
Stepping forward with my numb leg, I climb up the hill. A mild feeling of nausea. On unsteady, ghost-like legs, I take the usual road to school. You're regretting tuning in today? Good. No one should be privy to this. No one should fucking hear any of this. And by the time I realize it, it's after school. Maybe it's because my body still feels strange, but I've lost my sense of time. I can't remember a single thing from this morning's classes, and I only have the vaguest sense of what I did. It's really bad, huh? Oh, you're just realizing this now, boy? You're just
It just took up some time. Be nice.
The condition of my left side hasn't changed. Even if I can't feel anything, it's still depressing for it to be numb for this long. Somehow, even though I can't feel it, it still feels heavy.
It's because it's full of swords, dude.
It's full of unlimited swords.
Unlimited blades.
My nausea won't let up either, and of course Kuzuki hasn't come to school. Let's go home. Saber must be getting hungry too. I pick up my bag and stand up from my seat. I have a feeling that I'm forgetting something, but I'll probably remember if I get home and rest. Oh. When I drag my numb left leg to the top of the hill, I remember what I'd forgotten. Come to think of it, I forgot to talk to Tohsaka. I was so preoccupied with my own body that I spaced out and forgot. Well, she didn't come to talk to me either, so I doubt there could be any major developments. There's my body to think about, so I guess I can contact her when I get back to normal. I'm home. Announcing myself loud enough to be heard over in the tatami room, I head straight for the kitchen. I pack the ingredients I bought into the fridge, wash my hands, and put on my apron. I decided to make a cod stew for supper, so for lunch I'll make meat. As I think about a menu with chicken teriyaki as the main dish, I clatter my way through the prep work.
Shirou, you've come home.
I guess you must have heard the noise. Saber comes over from the direction of the porch. Yeah, sorry I'm late. I'll have lunch ready in a jiffy, so just relax for a bit, okay? You're hungry too. Ah, shit. I was distracted by Saber and dropped the plate I was holding in my hand.
Shirou, you seem to have broken a dish.
Yeah. This is the first time I've ever broken a plate. I'm just as surprised myself, so I ended up giving such an idiotic reaction. Sorry, I'll clean it up right away, so you can sit down. You don't need to worry about it. This is the moment when you remember that this is the same fucking boy who, upon waking up in a pool of his own blood after being stabbed by Ku, went into the fucking classroom for a mop and fucking scrubbed it clean. Yeah, this is just him. This is just him. He will never tell anyone that he's fucked up.
Because how can he take care of everybody if everybody has to take care of him?
Exactly. God. I want to both hug him and also strangle him. I bend down and start picking up the broken plate, giving Saber a healthy heaping of fan service. Huh? I drop the shards that I picked up again.
You're rather tired, aren't you, Shirou? It's fine. I will clean it up. Please just focus on the cooking.
I guess trying to pick them up with my left hand was a failure. Well, it's a good lesson. The feeling in my left hand is still off, so when I'm using a knife, I'll have to take every precaution.
Shirou, there's no need for you to strain yourself, so please just cook something simple. I appreciate you going out of your way for me, but it would be troubling to have your blood mixed into the food.
It wouldn't. Literally, that would be beneficial for you. That's mana.
Good God.
Nah, that could trouble me too. Have be a failure as the one trusted with the kitchen. Roger that. I'll pull out the stops for dinner tonight and make something simple for lunch. For now, I'll still make the main dish I was going to, but I'll leave out the pumpkin and daikon I was planning to make. Does that work? I put 200 grams of chicken on the cutting board and carefully grasp a fork. Given what I said to her this morning, I have to at least not compromise on the main dish.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it, Shirou.
Okay, so I need these two to just fucking walk to the nearest McDonald's.
Just get something easy. Just get some food.
Just get a burger. Just get a burger to go.
I
Please.
I think Saber would love the big chicken.
Saber could fucking love it.
For her, it's the McChicken, the best fast food sandwich.
I guess my determination got through to her. Saber gave me back those words. I've suddenly got some motivation. Motivate. First, I'll open some holes with the fork and get it ready to cook. The doorbell? That's Tohsaka being extremely mad.
Shirou, see me have a visitor.
So it would. I'll go take a look. Yeah, I'll be right there. I jog over to the front door. It's unusual for anyone to come calling at this time. Fujina couldn't ring the doorbell. More than that, she has a key anyway. We don't often have visitors here in the first place, and there aren't a lot of houses around here either, so I don't have many acquaintances with the neighbors. Who could it be? Well, the fact that that boundary field hasn't triggered means they're not hostile, and it's most likely one of the young guys from Fujina's place.
Is it not most likely Tohsaka?
Yeah, who is it? I open the door. In that instant, my thoughts grind to a screeching halt. We wordlessly look at each other. Now, I'm standing here in shock, but Tohsaka just looks livid. Tohsaka? Why? Because you skipped out on a regular contact, Miyakun. Skipped out on a regular contact? Well, yeah, I did forget to go and see you, but did we ever decide on something like that in the first place? Tohsaka silently glares at me. This is bad. I don't remember doing anything to make her angry at me, but now I feel like I've done something really bad. I'm sorry, I apologize for forgetting. As your partner, it was obviously my duty to contact you. That's right, the situation hasn't changed, so it's only natural we check in with each other, right? I take a breath. I was shocked just having Tohsaka standing in my doorway, so having her scold me from the other side was like being sent to another dimension. This is bad for my heart, so I need to clear it up as soon as possible. I understand what you're saying. I'll contact you right away, so you can go ahead and go home. I'm sorry for making you come all the way out here. Hey. Why are you making a face like that there, Tohsaka? Tohsaka, I got your message. Weren't we supposed to go home first and then meet up at the park under the bridge? I have a bad feeling about this, so I timidly ask her. I guess that was the last straw. Tohsaka, as talented as she apparently is at reading my fears and weaknesses. No? This is a good opportunity, so we'll meet here today. Surely you wouldn't turn away a friend who came out all this way, would you, Emiya-kun? Says something devilish, with a devilish smile. We're going to meet here? You mean you're coming in? But you've been in my house, haven't you? Besides, it's not like this would be the first time. There's nothing for you to hide now, is there? That's right. The night that I first met Saber, it was Tohsaka who looked after me after I collapsed. But that time I was confused after just becoming a master, and I just hadn't really grasped that Tohsaka was in my house. However much we might be allies, Tohsaka is still Tohsaka. She's the school idol and a girl in the same year as me. Imagining her entering my house is kind of unbelievable. Wait, why are you already inside? Well, thank you for having me. We're going to talk, so the living room is fine, right, Emiya-kun? Wait, you idiot! Are you sure about this? You coming to my house is a big deal. I'm telling you it's fine. And I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I'm counting on you, okay? I love her so much. She's the fucking worst.
Invites herself into your house. Hey, feed me, by the way.
God, what a fucking woman.
God's perfect woman.
The invader, Tohsaka Rin, loudly makes her way inside. Wait, I said, you try thinking things through for once, would you? Even when I loudly protest, there's no sign of any change in the enemy. Leaving me baffled behind her, the invader heads for the living room like it's nothing. And after Tohsaka, Saber and I had lunch while I was still bewildered. We talked about what we intend to do next. Really fun that every character that eats Shirou's cooking immediately decides that they're going to make him their personal chef, except Sakura, who fights with him to see who cooks, yeah. Of course, the subject of our discussion was Caster. We debated for nearly 4 hours how to beat her with her base in the Rito Temple, but in the end produced no result. So in the end we got no choice but to force our way through the front after all, huh? If what Saber says is true, servants can only go in through the front door, anyway. Have we considered that maybe they're not all leeches? Maybe his food is just that good. I believe it.
Yes, that's true. The mountain is protected against spirits by a powerful boundary field, so I may only enter it through the front gates. Although Archer, for whom independent action is possible because of his class, may be able to push through it to some degree.
And then after he exhausted himself pushing through it and got to the courtyard, Caster could be lying in wait for him, right? He'd be a perfect target. I guess, yeah. There's no point if the one supposed to be doing the shooting gets shot instead. Well, if it's just Assassin, then Archer and Saber can probably beat him together, but once they breach the courtyard, how to go about cornering Caster could still be a problem. According to you, she's got a tremendous stock of magical energy, so if they're not careful chasing her down, she might take the whole temple with her.
That is certainly true. Caster doesn't seem like the sort to die graciously. If she's going to be destroyed, she may try to take us with her. Naturally, in that case, the Rito Temple would disappear as well.
Saber, you know you just come out and say some scary things sometimes. You're saying that if she were cornered, Caster might blow herself up? Of course she would.
She would, I expect.
The two of them like, yeah, you idiot, of course she fucking would. The two of them are totally in sync. Looking back on it, Saber and Tohsaka's opinion have lined up from the beginning. Like, they recognize each other on the battlefield. If both of them say that it's no good, then an assault on the Rito Temple is sure to be difficult. Oh, it's already this late. The clock sounds across the living room. By the time I realize it, it's just before 6 in the evening, and the outside is stained a deep red. Let's wrap this up for now. It's about time for me to get dinner started. God, stop working! Please, I beg of you, tell them that you're fucked up. I stand up with a grunt. I'm making a stew of grated cod tonight, so cooking it won't take that long. Right now, I just have to cook some rice and make some sides to go with the stew. What is it, Miyakun? Why are you staring at me like that? No. I mean... Why is she still hanging around when I'm saying that I'm about to make dinner? What's more, why are you so far away? I don't know if that's your usual place, Miyakun, but if we're going to take, it's kind of a pain if you don't come a little closer, isn't it? What are you doing all the way over there? Having recently taken up residence at the table, Tohsaka stares at me sitting on a cushion at the far end of the room. Even though there could only be one reason that I've taken such a distance from her. Don't be stupid! My usual spot is the one you're sitting in. I'm over here because you swiped it out from under me. I've practiced with everything I can muster.
Good God.
They're both so incredibly fucking autistic. Holy shit.
It's very, very charming.
Oh my god, they're such autism beasts.
They're different flavors of autism, so when they clash, there's so much friction.
Yes, and it's wonderful. Oh, I see. Outside, you're not worried about it because we're both masters, but in your own house, you revert to your normal self. Oh? You have a problem with that? I'm a man, so this is a normal reaction. Look at that fucking...
I love her fucking smugness.
She's a girl in the same year as me, and moreover, she's Tohsaka, so it would be weird if I weren't nervous. I'd managed to get through our strategy meeting this far by desperately insisting to myself that we're both masters. It's pathetic, but I was on tenterhooks from the beginning to the end, and I don't even know how many cups of tea I can't with this man. He's gonna fucking kill me, holy shit.
The worst.
But it's odd, isn't it? Saber's a girl too, and from what I've heard, Fujimura-sensei and Sakura both come over here as well, don't they? Then couldn't I be the same? Not the same at all. Saber's look like Tohsaka. Neither is Fujine, and nor is Sakura either. In the first place, I can manage to get along with Saber because we're comrades fighting together. Forget it and go home already. We're gonna be eating dinner now, and Archer is waiting for you at home, right? Oh, I can't very well go home when we haven't reached a verdict yet, can I? Are we going to decide what our plans are after we have dinner? Yo, my head really did just start spinning. Is that already decided, Tohsaka? Isn't it? If you don't want to, that's fine. So, you're fine with letting Castor be for the moment, is that right, Amiya-kun? I swallowed a complaint that rises to the back of my throat. That's you.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry.
Shirou, Ren is right, is she not? And it isn't as though there's any particular problem with her staying here.
And here's the third kind of autism.
God bless.
And what's more, even Saber is taking Tohsaka's side. Fine. But don't blame me if the food isn't to your taste, huh? Oh, and Fujimura-sensei is probably coming over. When she does, you're the one who gets to convince her, alright? I get it. I already confirmed how well you can cook at lunchtime. And I know about Fujimura-sensei. I took both of those into account already, so don't worry about it. Literally as you were typing it, yep. It's not my fault if you regret it. I look away in a huff and head for the kitchen. Then, when I wash my hands and go put on my apron, I realize that it's not in its usual place. No. In the first place, what does it mean that I don't remember taking it off after worrying about Tohsaka watching me while I made lunch? Huh? I look around the room. And, watching me and giggling amusedly. I forgot to say this. Asuman, I'm not sure how it looks for you to be wandering around without your apron on, Miyakun. She says, triumph written all over her face. She's so going to peg him. That is actually an interesting thing to think about the anime adaptation. Because in that whole scene, it is not until that moment that he realizes he's been around with a cute apron all the time. But obviously in the anime, he's going to be like wearing it blatantly through the whole scene. I think there's a charm to it. I heartily cut the cord with my knife. I've already cut up the nappa and grated a ton of daikon. Alright, now I just gotta throw these in the pot and put it on the stove. I put the pot on to simmer. It's a pretty easy dish to begin with, and if there's any originality in it, it's in how tasty you can make the broth. That went pretty well too, so all that's left now is to put out the nice dishes. I'm home! Oh, it's freezing! Did you see it started snowing? Regina comes home with a wave of her hand. Welcome back. It's snowing out there? Yeah, it's not snowing hard, but it looks like it might really pile up. Oh, we're having stew tonight? You're pretty on the ball, aren't you, Shirou? I'm feeling good. Maybe I should have some sake or something. As she says something a little ominous, Fujine comes into the living room. Good evening, Fujimura-sensei. Ah, Tohsaka-san, what are you doing here? It's pretty unusual to see you at Shirou's place. Fujine accepts Tohsaka's greeting without the slightest bit of fuss. Cheerfully humming through her nose, Fujine cuts right across the living room and heads for the kitchen. Oh, that cut looks good, huh? They say white cut is the best, and I bet it will go even better with sake. Fujine opens the fridge, and after she pulls one of her favorite Baumkuchen and pops it into her mouth. Why is Tohsaka doing here? It took you that fucking
She shifted through all the fucking sprites.
She went through every emotion in the book.
She had to figure out which one was correct.
Tohsaka-san, what do you mean good evening? What are you doing here this late? Gulping down the Baumkuchen, Fujine stomps back to the living room. She's so good. Hey, Harukana. Oh, I like that she had to first get the drink to do a spit take, you know? She had to do this. She's a fucking cartoon character. What am I doing? Miyakun is treating me to dinner here. And what about you, Fujimura-sensei? Isn't it against common sense to just march on in without even ringing the bell? Facing her, Tohsaka meets her attack with a cool expression. I'm the supervisor of this house. Shirou, Miyakun's father trusted me, so I'm like family around here. Is that so? Then I will greet you once again. Good evening, Fujimura-sensei. I've spent the whole day here today, and after dinner, Miyakun and I will be studying for our exams, but please pay me no mind. No, Miyakun! What is the meaning of this? When did you start having study dates with Tohsaka-san? Sensei, please, if you are having trouble with that, with what to call him, there's no need to force yourself. What you choose to call him Miyakun doesn't really have anything to do with me. Whether you just call him Shirou or call him Shiro-chan, I respect your personal privacy. Tohsaka-san, you haven't been talking to Sakura-chan, have you? Who knows? Unfortunately, whatever Mato-san may or may not have said to me is her own business, so I can't answer that question. But I do hope that it is as you imagine, Sensei. She is... She's just controlling the conversation around her. She's running circles around the tiger.
She's so mean. Tiger's so stupid, don't do this to her.
Fujine wilts in the face of Tohsaka's smile. I understand exactly how she feels. When she gives you that smile, it's like you get totally overpowered, or like you feel as if you've been backed right up against the wall. Him said much. It should be fine to just leave them be. Or more like, it was never a contest in the first place. Tohsaka talking down Fujine was only ever a matter of time. I leave that to Tohsaka and focus on making dinner. What a fearsome creature. By the time we empty the stew, the snow outside has stopped falling. In the end, it only fell for about 2 hours, so there's probably just a thin dusting of snow left in the garden. Shirou, I put the dishes in the sink. Thanks. Well, let's get this over with. I get up from the table and head for the kitchen. Doing the dishes? Then should I do them? It's hardly fair if I just let you treat me to dinner. Tohsaka changes places with Fujine and looks over the sink. The offer makes me happy, but I can't be letting a guest do the dishes even as a joke. It's fine, you can owe me one. You just ate, so sit down and relax. By the way, Fujine, don't forget to run the bath later. Yep, I know. Maybe it's because she's full, but Fujine does as she's... She really is a fucking animal.
She's been placated by food.
It'd be easier if it were always like this, but in its way, I feel it'd also be kind of boring. It's more fun when she's harder to tame, huh? She is a wild tiger after all. Also, Arukana, I need you to know about the conversation going on in chat right now. Someone in chat joked about doing a picture of me and the worms. And all I said was that if people were going to joke about it, they were going to be finding out I would enjoy it more than they could enjoy actually drawing it. And then they just agreed. You know? It just happened.
What do you mean agreed? You were leveraged into doing it and made a deal.
It was a Faustian garbage. Garbage.
Faustian garbage.
Faustian garbage is what it was.
Good lord.
No, not Taiga. Me, God, I wouldn't do that to Taiga. I dropped another plate. It's been 20 minutes since I started the dishes. And this makes the second plate I dropped on the floor. Oh. I can't get away with saying it was unavoidable just because my left hand is numb. Dropping a plate because my senses are off this much is just proof that I'm distracted. For an instant, I think calmly that maybe I should put this off until my left arm is better, but I immediately shake off the thought. I roll up my sleeves and keep doing the dishes. Should I take care of myself? Maybe no. No, I shouldn't. Shh, shh. Scrub, scrub, scrub. If I fail because of some outside cause, I just have to accept it, but I can't accept failure because of an internal one. Wow! Wow! Ooh, that is a window into the specific kind of fuck that you are, boy.
That has layers.
Oh. Oh, no.
You poor creature.
My boy, no!
My sweet boy, go to therapy.
There's no way that I can't win against myself, so I can't afford to accept defeat. And as a result, I've recklessly done even more damage. I've dropped 3 plates now. When I dropped the first, I spread a bath towel out on the floor, so fortunately, this one didn't break. So it's not really a problem, but... Every time I drop a plate, I can feel Tohsaka's eyes on me, and it's really uncomfortable. Fujimura-sensei, is Sumiya-kun always like this? I hear Tohsaka's voice from the living room. Don't be ridiculous! Shirou's never once broken a dish before. I'm sure he's just nervous because he's thinking about you. As an enemy, of course. Fujine gets in a barb like an arrow. Ignoring that, Tohsaka fixes her eyes on me. It's hard to work like this. I already don't have feeling in half of my body, so if you look at me that seriously, I can't concentrate at— oh crap. Oh god fucking damn it.
Number 4. Give it up for number 4.
I curse and look down at the broken plate. I guess that makes 4. This time I knew I was going to drop it, but I still couldn't move my left hand in time. I timidly look over my shoulder. She's looking at me. Tohsaka is carefully watching me. And, in the instant I notice that she's gotten up, she walks straight over to me. I'll do it, Emiya-kun. So go take a break, alright? No, that's... Careful, you don't step on the broken plate. I can figure out where to put it, so go have some tea or something. Tohsaka promptly rolls up her sleeves and stands in front of the sink. There's nothing to be done. I'd have a hard time stopping Tohsaka now, and... besides, to be honest... I hate to admit it, but... I'm struck by the sight of Tohsaka doing the dishes. She pretty. When I get out of the bath, Fujine is the only one in the living room. Tohsaka's shoes are still by the door, and Saber is probably in the dojo. It's almost 9 o'clock now. Well then. I'll have to talk to Tohsaka. I'll go talk to Saber in the dojo. It's cold out, so I'll pass. Give me an orange.
I mean, we have to go talk to Tohsaka, right?
We have to go talk to Tohsaka.
We have to.
Like I thought Tohsaka is a problem. It's already late, so if I don't send her home soon, I won't be able to help worrying about it. The return of Fujine's crates of oranges. That's always really nice to see, Watchdog. Thank you for the info. I need you to know that while I have my YouTube dashboard open, the game is occupying the whole of my screen, so I do not see it.
It was like, we broke 30 earlier, I think.
Pog!
For like a while, a couple times.
Fujine, do you know where Tohsaka went? If you're asking about Tohsaka-san, it seems like she went out into the garden. Now you mention it, she did ask me if there was anything out at the edge of garden. Edge of the garden? Was she asking about my shed? What business could she possibly have in a place like that? My shed. It's freezing. The winter night air is cold on my skin, fresh out of the bath. Connie! You love this Let's Play? Thank you! I really appreciate it!
As do I.
It's been genuinely a joy just fucking around with this VM with you all. Genuinely.
It's been a joy both being able to have an outlet for stream urges and also experiencing fate.
The clouds still hang overhead, and I can see the stars, and the grass is covered in a layer of snow. Good grief, what's Tohsaka doing out here in this cold? My shoulders shiver as I cut across the garden. The cold makes me think that maybe I should buy myself a coat the next chance I get as I head for the shed. Emiya-kun? What do you mean, Emiya-kun? What are you doing out here, Tohsaka? Given how late it is, this isn't really the time to be goofing off, is it? You're right, it certainly is cold out, isn't it? Suspicious. Sus. When she's acting this suspiciously, even I start to wonder what she was doing. Tohsaka? The door of the shed is open, isn't it? That was me. It was open when I got here.
I love that the second she's not in control of a situation, she just fucking crumbles. Like, literally the worst liar.
God. That's weird. It should have been locked from the outside. That can't be true. In the first place, that shack only has a lock on the inside, doesn't it? Yep, that's right. The shed is always open, and you can lock it except from the inside. And how do you know that, Tohsaka? The classic blunder. She curses. It's about time that I figured this out, but Tohsaka is astonishingly weak to the unexpected. Well, it's fine though. There's nothing in there, is there? It is the place where I train, but the only thing I do there is practice reinforcement. For you, that's gotta be child's play, right? More importantly, let's go back to the house, I urged Tohsaka. And... I see. You're really not aware of it, are you? This is what she was talking with Saber in the first route, and we didn't get to hear the specifics.
Oh shit.
Tohsaka gives me a challenging glare. Tohsaka? I unconsciously tense up under the serious atmosphere. And looking at me, Tohsaka narrows her eyes still further. I thought as much? If even the one making them is like this, then I guess it's only natural that you'd fail. Wait a second, you're talking about projection magic? That's right, I'm talking about the empty copies strewn around your shed. You don't understand just how ridiculous what you're doing is, do you, Emiya-kun? Trying to do projection as an extension of reinforcement, without any kind of process of abstraction. Everything about that is absurd. Well, sorry. It's fine, right? My projection is just practice for reinforcement anyway. So it's not like I'm expecting to succeed. All I'm doing is reviewing the basics. That's what I'm saying is absurd. Projection is just you reviewing the basics? Look, just try saying that to any mage other than me. They will pin you up in a glass jar like a bug. Huh? Tohsaka's words, which don't sound to me like anything but a joke, are, in truth, nothing less than completely serious. Sorry, Tohsaka, I don't really understand what you're trying to say, but in short, you're telling me I should train more? That goes without saying. Training is all you've got. But yeah, if we want to up your combat ability right away, if we just change your process a little, it might become something you can use easily.
We could make those unlimited blades work.
Those blades could work unlimitedly. I don't know what happened to her previous hostility, but Tohsaka sinks into serious thought. Change my process? You mean for reinforcement? Jeez, what are you talking about, you dolt? I'm obviously talking about projection and not reinforcement, aren't I? You can't count on reinforcement done by a total novice. Projection at least is different. You projected Archer's swords, even if it was just temporarily. So if you could do that again, that would be an immediate asset. Tohsaka? That is all well and good, but yesterday was just an accident. Even if you tell me to do it again, I probably can't. I'm saying that's why you're a novice. Now that you've done it, whether it was an accident or inevitable, you have to make it yours now. Anyway, what you've got is no accident. There are all kinds of magics that mages like me who manipulate the outside world can't duplicate. Since you're providing all the material for it from your inner world, as long as you're alive, there's no magic you can't replicate. Providing it from my inner world? That goes without saying, doesn't it? Magical energy is generated inside your body, by your magical circuits, so the source of it comes from within yourself. I guess it's inevitable if you're self-taught, but this is pretty serious. Projection aside, I guess I'm going to have to teach you everything else from square one. Tohsaka lets out a great sigh. She's like, there's something workable here, but he's too fucking stupid to see it. I'm well aware that I'm a novice, but as you'd expect, hearing that from Tohsaka still stings. Also, yeah, it's kind of really fucking insane what he can do. I hope you're all enjoying. I feel like I've been upping. Like, this route, there has been so much more of Shirou simping and being unable to control himself around, like, anyone, that I think I've just been voicing him more pathetic than usual.
Hey, it's been subtle, but I have noticed, and I really like it.
He's been more fucking pathetic.
He's just a bit of a wet cat of a man.
Mind your own business. I've gotten this far by myself, so I can manage from now on too. More importantly, when we went to talk, it's already this late, so we can't keep wasting time forever. You're so right, Jade. Late? What time is it right now? Just after 9? It's not really a time for girls to be walking around at night. Oh, it's still early, isn't it? If you say so, why don't we get to it and wrap things up?
This is why Tohsaka's not a morning person.
She's right. She's right. She's right. 9 is not late.
No, she's so right, but still.
Promptly nodding, Tohsaka starts walking back to the house. How is it still early? For a girl, after 9 o'clock is like the very dead of night. What do you think women are? What the fuck do you think women are?
Plants.
And yet, to say it's still early, is she even conscious of the fact that she's a girl? What are you talking about? What the actual fuck are you talking?
What does this mean, Shirou? What are you getting at?
Let's stop thinking about scary things. Shaking my head from side to side, I erase that sinister supposition. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you actually fucking mean?
Buddy.
Shirou, no, this isn't the fate route. This is one of the most baffling kinds of chauvinism you have ever seen.
What do you mean 9 o'clock isn't late? Are you even a woman?
He learned about the idea of beauty rest and took it extremely literally.
That's why he never sleeps. Because with our trans mask reading, that's his way of gender.
Listen. Shirou started taking tea, and the hormonal change changed his like circadian rhythm completely, and made the completely wild assumption that if you're a girl, you get sleepy earlier in the day. That's it.
I can't argue with that.
He gets possessed by early fate route Shirou sometimes. Tohsaka calls out to me. It's the spirit of Issei just hovering behind him.
Ever since he saw Issei naked, he's just been
Worse.
He's just been distancing himself from women.
He has assimilated. That has been your experience with progesterone, honestly. That's so fair, actually. Issei rubbing off on Shirou? No, if he rubbed off on Shirou, he couldn't have been complaining. Ayo! Anyway.
Shut up.
And as though in answer, I ran toward the porch. Estrogen made you able to stay up later, so are we onto something here with like hormonal changes and fucking sleep schedules? I don't think taking E. Oh my god, taking E! My pills! Oh!
This has been your sponsored E-break.
I forgot my titty pills! Anyway. We part from Fujina in the living room and continue this evening's conversation on the porch. Since our planning meeting turned out so completely sour, I steeled myself expecting that a conclusion wouldn't be easily reached, but... The way that happened sounded like walking solidity. No.
Particles, I hate them. What is it with all of you? Take your fucking meds.
Challenging the Rito Temple is impossible for us right now. We probably don't have any choice but to set a trap and lure Caster out. Like that, Tohsaka cleanly delivers a conclusion. Well, yeah, you're right about that, but... Problem is how to set that trap. Well, I have an idea or two, so you stand pat, Miyakun. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have you and Saber be bait.
Oh, thanks. Great.
Saying something ominous, Tohsaka opens the rain shutter. Cold air intrudes inside. Even so, maybe there's something special about this porch, but it stops at just being cool on the skin. It's the same as that night 5 years ago. This porch, at least, is warm enough to look up at the moon, even in the dead of winter. This is a nice boundary field. You can feel people's emotions in it, not like the one at my house. Sitting down on the edge of the porch and idly looking out in the garden, Tohsaka murmurs, "Sit with me for a bit. I just want to talk." Wordlessly, I sit down next to her. She said she wanted to talk, but Tohsaka doesn't say a word. I can't do anything about that, so I idly gaze out into the garden. I can't see the moon. I'm sure that the reason I can't see my breath is because it snowed earlier. When I look just next to me, Tohsaka's breath is white too as she stares out at the garden. I'm sure we're close enough to touch shoulders if I shifted my body just a little. That doesn't bother me. I'm not sure if I've just gotten used to it or if the winter night is to thank. Tohsaka is this close to me and yet I'm strangely relaxed. So, what did you want to talk about, Tohsaka? Somehow I sense that she wants me to ask her that, so I call out to her. Yeah, There's something a little bit special about this house. It's not something I could want for myself, but I just thought maybe Emiya-kun is fine just the way he is. Well, fine just the way he is? You mean like a total novice? That's not what I'm saying. But I guess maybe it is. I don't know what sort of mage Emiya Kiritsugu was, but this house is really natural. In spite of being a mage's workshop, it's so open. The gates of the four corners are thrown open, like you can come and go as you please. Probably there's nothing that needs to be protected here, so it's not bound by anything either. When your father told you to become a magic user, not a mage, I think that's what he meant. In exchange for having nothing, you can't go anywhere. But are you not like that, Tohsaka? Yeah? My house is different. Around the neighborhood they say the house is haunted, but that's more or less true. Visitors are turned away, but in spite of that, those who do enter aren't allowed to leave. Sometimes I think there's something kind of wrong with that, but it's not something that I can change. It's not that I'm cursed or anything, I've just come to like things that way myself. I guess being like this is why I was chosen to inherit, but when I realized it, it was a bit of a shock. So in other words, that's when you realize that you're a boy. I thought this for a while, but you're really not one to mince words, are you, Emiya-kun? Really? I thought watching you was teaching me how to be indirect. Good grief, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is blunt. He lets out a great sigh. The residue of her breath is white, and it slowly melts into the cold night. Stealing a glance at her face, I remember the red school building. Looking at the students who were drained by Ryder, she said nothing. Even as she put on her usual brave face, she bit her lip and her knees shook just a little. That was when I realized. The more perfect a mage she becomes, at the same time, isn't she killing the part of herself called Tohsaka Ren? Was it tough for you, Tohsaka? Unsettled, I asked her. Studying magic? I hate to break it to you, but I never thought it was hard. Most things came to me easily, and I was never discouraged because I couldn't do something. Besides, learning new things was fun. I said so before, right? That I've been like this since I was born? You're worrying about nothing, Emiya-kun.
There's the trauma.
She says it so easily. She's not trying to put a brave face on it, and there's no lie in her words. Tohsaka honestly puts on a contented smile. I see. Well then, what about school? If you're going to be a mage, then going to school is kind of pointless, isn't it? I couldn't go as far as pointless, but I guess it is kind of a teacher. But it's not useless. School is fun. See? Basically, I'm a hedonist. Following after my father is my duty, but even that I wouldn't do if it weren't fun. I became a master because I wanted to test my own strengths, and I'm teaming up with you because you're interesting. Honestly based. Leaving aside the opinion that I'm interesting, that takes a load off my mind. Mage lineages. Bound up by blood and heavy history. I thought that Tohsaka was shouldering a dark shadow. But that was just my assumption. For her, the Tohsaka family wasn't some kind of dark shadow. She's come this far freely, doing what she wants to do. Don't worry about it. She said she doesn't have trauma, so she doesn't have trauma. Goodbye, Joan. I see. I'm glad that you're having fun, Tohsaka. Thanks. And of course, it was fun for you too, right? If it wasn't, you couldn't keep studying to be a mage. He asks as though it's natural. But that's... I can't agree to that so easily. Hey, why are you so quiet? Your father didn't force you, did he? So for you to keep studying, isn't it because magic was fun? No. I'm not sure I even once thought that it was fun. For me, Shirou, magic was always a deadly trial. Not that I don't have any talent, but even so, I desperately cling to it, wanting to become like Kiritsugu. For the first year, the only thing I did except eat and sleep was train. Every night, pushing death into my back, I cleared and sharpened my nerves. I've just been repeating that for 8 years now. I didn't think that it was hard, but I never thought that it was fun either. Wait a minute. Answer me properly, Emiya-kun. I might have made a horrible misunderstanding. Tohsaka glares at me seriously. Oh, brother. If she makes a face like that, I have no choice but to answer her. Yeah? I never thought that studying magic was fun. Studying magic and magic itself, I never thought they were fun. But if the people around me were happy, then that made me happy. That's why I thought that if I learned magic, maybe I could help someone someday. I wanted to become a hero like Kiritsugu, so that's why I've learned magic. Well, that's really all there is to my reason. So, what, you didn't learn magic for yourself? No, isn't this for myself? Since if I can help someone someday, that makes me happy. Now look here, even if it makes you happy, that's not fun. Look, what I'm talking about is whether you're having fun yourself, never mind anyone else. Whether you yourself can think it's fun is what I'm asking about. Tohsaka yells. But even if she says that, I still don't have an answer for her. Even if she asks me what I think is fun, I can't think of anything, and above all, I have no right to a wish like that when I've already been given so much.
Oh, that would hit me. That would hit me in the tummy.
I was waiting for something like this to cross his mind. Oh, mad! In other words, you're so focused on other people that there's no room left for yourself. Tohsaka stands up suddenly and points her finger at the tip of my nose. Wait, Tohsaka, your finger! Her finger, no, actually her fingernail, is touching the tip of my nose. Shut up! Do not talk back to me. Oh, really? I thought that you two were alike, but I never thought that you'd take it to this far! Denying my protest, Tohsaka comes in closer and closer to me. Wait, calm down, Tohsaka. What are you so angry about? I'm mad that you're someone who can't even understand that. Jeez, why doesn't anyone say anything to you? He shakes a trembling fist. All I can do at this point is decide to keep silent. Until Tohsaka's anger subsides, all I can do is shut up and do as I'm told. Fate is good indeed. The character writing in this VN is why it's your favorite fictional work of all time. It's so good. The characters are so good.
Genuinely, I fucking love this.
And after she spent some time venting her anger, yeah? Fine. I've decided. Tomorrow, I'm gonna make you cry, uncle. He says in a tone like she's throwing down the gauntlet. It's kinda dangerous, huh? You don't really want to pick up again where we left off, do you? It goes without saying that we left off with her chasing me around the school. She had cornered me into surrendering, but Ryder's interference meant the result was still undecided. That's right. You'd better get ready. I'm gonna give you a taste of something special I've been saving up. Oh
no.
When I steel myself for what's coming, Tohsaka stomps off toward the living room. Aww. Re-experiencing these scenes on estrogen is wild that you're crying even more. Oh my god, that's so interesting!
No, I feel that. I really feel that.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I guess I should be ready for whatever it's going to be. Oh no. I have a fear. Anyway, I need to take Tohsaka home. It's almost 10 o'clock. I don't know what Fujine is going to say about me keeping a girl here this late. What did you say just now, Shirou? I said I'm taking Tohsaka home, or I would if I knew where she was. It's bad if she doesn't hurry up and go home, right? Fujine is looking at me blankly. That's strange. Fujine, who ought to have agreed with me right away, isn't in any particular rush. I think Tohsaka-san is over in the other building right now. She's a guest, so it's no good if she doesn't stay in a proper guest room, right? Oh, the other building. Wait, are you messing with me, Fujine? You didn't say something weird just now, did you? Jeez, you're the one saying weird things, Shirou. It's already late, so Tohsaka-san is going to stay here tonight, right? She just came to tell me that herself. Tohsaka's staying here? Yeah, but it's no good if you do anything strange, okay? I'll be sleeping nearby, so if I hear a scream or anything from the guest room, you will be off to the next world before you can blink twice. Fujine munches on a rice cracker. He's acting totally normal. She doesn't seem to care much at all about the state of emergency that is Tohsaka staying the night. Girl! We should probably look at this as Fujine having already surrendered to Tohsaka. Oh, just in time. I'm borrowing the guest room on the right. And... so I'm heading over to the other building. This unidentified life form that I bumped into unexpectedly in the hallway says that to me casually. That outfit makes my head spin. It's not her uniform. Tohsaka's in her casual clothes. Standing there in the hallway, she's saying something ridiculous. Not these? I decided to stay over, so I had Archer bring me an overnight bag, so I don't need to borrow any pajamas. She's... Yeah, I love how Shirou recognizes that everyone around him is just a fucking creature. Are you okay? If you're tired, you should head to bed. I won't accept any excuses if you oversleep tomorrow morning. She waves her hand later and disappears down the hallway that continues to the other building. I blankly watch her head off and then cast my eyes to the mirror in the hallway. My face has turned red as an apple. Oh, damn it. However far away she is, what is that girl thinking sleeping under the same roof? Let's get back in the bath. So, I'll pour some water on my head and cool my burning face. If I don't feel like I won't be able to do my nightly training with the sight of Tohsaka and her street clothes burning to my brain.
Sees a woman in a normal outfit. She completely shuts down.
God. It grows darker. The day is going long, huh?
Mm-hmm.
At midnight, as one day changes to the next, I look up at the frozen moon as I immerse myself in my training. Trace on. I bury a new nerve into my spine. I create a magic circuit inside my body. I generate magical energy like I'm breathing in, and I comprehend the structure of the wooden sword in my hand. Understanding fundamental structure. I pass magical energy through it and reinforce the wooden sword. I understand the structure. change its substance and strengthen the whole thing. Strengthening component materials. The habitual procedure, the process progresses so smoothly that it's almost disappointing. I don't know if it's because I became a master, but my reinforcement, which had a single-digit success rate, has become easy to do, and I can perform the process of creating a magic circuit in the space of a breath. No. It's not because I became a master. I'm just copying him. His swords. I'm just imitating the form of the Red Knight that I saw in the courtyard of the Ryuro Temple. Mimicking his twin swords. Mimicking his swordmanship. Now I'm even mimicking his breathing. I'm a fake. None of this is mine. I can't avoid hating myself. Miyashiro's strength is increasing just by mimicking him. Even if I know that it's not my strength, right now I have no choice but to rely on it. I was able to fight through the golems at the school thanks to his sword technique. And I could only fend off Kuzuki's ferocious attack because I was able to project his swords. Even now, I have faith that if I really, seriously try the process, I could reproduce those swords again. Something similar but different to reinforcement. Including the beginning and the end, you just have to break it up into 8 steps. Not trace on, begin synchronization, but trace on, begin projection. Furigana is funky. Put into words, the sound doesn't change at all. If even the meaning that works on me is the same, there's no need to change the spell. In the first place, I only know one kind of spell to remake myself, and I don't think I could use any others. Put down the wooden sword that I have reinforced. The left side of my body is still numb. I optimistically thought that if I rested all day today, it would recover, but things haven't gone so smoothly. Oh. If this is the price for using magic beyond my means, price for imitating archer swords, then if I try projecting again, I really might pathetically destroy myself. I release a sensation gouge into my spine. My body is released from the toxin called the magic circuit, and the heart tension melts away. And there...
White woman jump scare.
White woman jump scare?
Shirou, can you not sleep?
Quietly, Saber comes in. No, it's not that. This is my daily routine, so don't worry about it. I'm probably relieved to have safely finished that routine. My answering voice is so gentle that I surprise even myself.
I think "so don't worry about it" is like the tagline for this entire series.
Yeah?
It's been lively today, hasn't it?
Yeah. Even if there are different types, it was like there were 2 Fujines running around. I answer her smile with a smile of my own. Just so, Saber says with a rare bit of levity and sits down next to me.
But mage turning tonight as well. Whatever happens, you do not change your plans, do you, Shirou?
Oh, yeah, that taught me never to miss a day, but, well, that was all he ever really taught me.
That's all? Then you haven't been taught the ways or knowledge of being a mage.
Yeah, I mean, after all, the one who was supposed to teach me wasn't much like a mage himself. He was kinda hopeless. Normally he was kind of absent-minded and he was never quite on the ball. He was always playing around like a kid saying, when you have fun, you should give it all you got. Even saying incredible things like, believe it or not, I'm a magician, was normal for him. I know that my expression is softening even as I say that. Things from long ago. It was 5 years from the Great Fire 10 years ago, until Kiritsugu passed away. When I think about it, maybe that was genuinely fun time for me.
I see. You loved him, didn't you, Shirou?
Yeah. Tohsaka heard this, she'd probably get mad, but I idolize him. Even though he was a free-spirited and nothing like a mage at all, for me it was Kiritsugu who was a true magician. Well, and besides, he was even more like a kid than I was, so I couldn't just leave him by himself.
Yes, I understand your feelings, Shirou. I had a Magus in my company too, and that bastard was quite the child himself.
Knowing that he's the fucking same one is so fucking funny here. Holy fucking shit. Wow. Wow. She's so satisfied with that burn, and Shirou cannot even fucking comprehend it. He's fucking talking about Merlin, it's even worse! She's talking about fucking Merlin too!
Oh, I just assumed that's what she was talking about.
Oh god. No, I thought he was talking about when she was summoned by Kiritsugu himself.
Doesn't she hate Kiritsugu?
She does. I thought that she was fucking burning Kiritsugu subtly.
Oh.
No, it's fucking Merlin. Yeah, no, Merlin is fucking fantastic. I love that fucking bastard, man. Okay, so without spoiling anything, Anya, right now we have an event going on in Fate Grand Order.
Oh,
We've gone to a singularity where there's like a weird thing going on, and we basically realized that we had to hold a kind of fake Holy Grail war to draw in like the fragment of the Grail that was like causing the bad things happening. And we were like, but we are like 3 teams of servants. We need something impartial, right? And so Ritsuka was like, okay, I will do a summon and I'll try to like bring something impartial to oversee this situation. And she pulls off the circle ritual. She fucking does it, and Merlin just projects himself there like, hey, like, I saw you were doing this and I kinda just like projected myself from Avalon. Can I can I have fun with you guys?
Hey,
Can
not
I
to
fuck
invite
around?
myself or anything.
Can I fuck around? Like, he just fucking pops in for the first time canonically in the story since like a whole while ago, and he's like, hey, do you mind if I chime in? And I put you through like a couple of cool riddles.
Fantastic.
He is such a bastard, man. That bastard? That's rare for you to talk about somebody that way, Saber.
Yes, he's an exception. He was a ridiculous old man. I respected him, and I felt a deep affection for him. But at the same time, he was the source of all kinds of trouble. If he had not been such a trickster, I'm sure that it would have been a little more honest in age.
I love him. Wow, it's kind of amazing the way you say that. It sounds like he was some kind of extraordinary villain.
He was a villain. Moreover, he was weak to sensual pleasures. Perhaps it's better to say that he was filled with love. In the end, it was that fault which caused his imprisonment, but that was just how he was. I'm sure that he's carelessly talking about love even now.
I love Merlin. Slutty mage. He's a half incubus. It's fine. He deserves a
Slutty
treat.
mage.
I'm not sure if she's smiling or exasperated.
They
Have
fucked-
I have
fucked that old man to death. Sorry, I had to throw that out there.
Good. I have shown you Merlin in Fate, right?
I'm almost certain that you have.
He's extremely fluffy. I actually love him. He's like generally such a fucking twink. I'm sorry. He's such a fucking like fluffy twink. Oh god. Talking about the past like this, Saber chokes up just the slightest bit. You have no idea what he looks like? Oh, Arukana, do you? If you remain here by the end of the stream, I will pull a picture of Merlin on stream and I will show you. Then after the briefest of silences...
Oh! Shirou, what happened to your left side?
With straightforward eyes, she presses me on something I didn't want her to know about. She played FGO for the first time last night. I hope it goes well. The beginning is a little bit slow, but this story has made me fucking cry in basically every one of the recent chapters. It's so good. See, you notice, Saber?
If you break that many plates, anyone can figure it out. So what is it? From what I can see, the problem always seems to be with half of your body.
No, I really wouldn't call it a problem. It's just numb, that's all. Like that, I explained that the cause of my body being strange since this morning, and the reason there's no abnormality at all in my athletic ability, is probably a result of a reaction to the projection magic I did last night. At the end of a 24-hour stream, good god! That is genuinely impressive! Saber looks at me with worried eyes. When I try to tell her that it's okay with a smile... Oh! Archer!
So the better part of your body is still numb. I suppose that's only natural.
Before the open door stands the red-coated knight. As though to protect me, Saber turns around. From her point of view, he's the enemy who tried to cut me down. Yeah, he did bring Rain a bag. That was hell you walked into. One day I will do a 24-hour stream, and I'm going to be unhinged by the end of it. And he's my enemy too. That sentence. I see now why that sentence is something that people were passionate about the translation of, because it just keeps being brought up. Drown clutching your ideals. Those words he said to me just before he cut me down. Even now, I can't get them out of my head.
What is your business here, Archer? We're meant to have made a truce. If you mean to protect your master's life, you should retire from here immediately.
Oh. I don't remember what the old translation was. I just know that there was like a passion behind it. Archer doesn't answer, and instead just steps inside. Oh, drown in your ideals and die.
Halt! If you come forward any further, I will have you make the appropriate resolve.
Saber's hostility is steadily turning into bloodlust. One thing I love about Fate is just how fucking bloodthirsty everyone can be just on a fucking dime. No, wait, Saber. That's not why he's here. Besides, it's not like we're gonna fight here, right?
That is true, Shirou, but...
It's fine. And what are you doing here, Archer? Knowing you, I don't think you came just to say hello. I nudge Saber out of the way and confront Archer. Like I thought, I can't stomach this guy. Our ways of thinking are also different, but the way a chill runs on my back the instant I see his face is unmistakably more like we are viscerally incompatible. Surely he's a bastard in one of those categories like natural enemies or bitter enemies. Hey, if you're not here for anything, then get out.
I heard from Rin that you use projection. It seems you really have. You have no feeling in one side. Your center of balance is offset 7 centimeters. Correct.
I gasp. Archer's diagnosis is so accurate, it's scary.
Show me your body. Maybe it'll help.
Show me your body.
Show me your body.
Archer stretches out his arm. It's fine. Let it go, Saber. It's fine if I just show you, right, Archer? I take off my top and show my back to Archer. The reversal! It's the fucking reversal! Archer is the one seeing the back now. Archer wordlessly touches his hand to my back. A brief pain. In my left side, where I had no feeling, not even a sense of pain, I feel a heat like I've been stabbed with a needle.
You're a lucky man. I thought they were necrotic, but you just opened something that was closed. In this state, you'll recover within a few days.
Opened something that was closed?
That's right. It seems you've been misunderstanding. But a magic circuit is not something you make, it's something you reveal. Once you've created it once, it's just a matter of whether you bring it to the surface or not. Because of that misunderstanding, magic circuits that normally would have been used were abandoned and went to sleep. It's a blind spot Rin or your teacher wouldn't even think of. A proper mage probably wouldn't even know about the heresy of changing your own nerves into circuits.
Oh man.
Your numbness is temporary. As a result of passing magical energy at full power through circuits you hadn't used until now, the circuits themselves are in a state of shock. But whatever the case, the wind is blown through the abandoned sections. Sooner or later, your nerves will remember their normal function, your abandoned circuits will return to their original role.
Once more, a needle stabs into my back. In the side of my body, I've had no feeling, and for the last day, I clearly feel the beating of my pulse.
That should do it. When your body can move again, you'll be a better mage than before. In any case, making my swords was too ambitious for a first try.
And then they fuck. Shush, Willow. Archer removes his hand.
Then you're saying there's nothing abnormal about Shirou's body.
Oh no, he's a fucking freak, but I'm saying like he will be fine.
It was abnormal up until now. No, leaving abnormalities sleeping until the end is a normal human life. Look at it that way. And Shirou was already abnormal, but in any case, don't even think about trying to use magic tomorrow. You set fire to those almost healed nerves, and you won't escape with just numbness.
Oh, that's not good.
You know a lot about this, don't you, Archer? I had a similar experience. I lost an arm in my first try. Mastering new magic is that sort of a thing.
Wow. Turning his back, Archer moves to leave. Wait. I call out and stop him. No matter what, I want to know the real intentions of this guy who tried to kill me, and who then helped me here just now.
What is it? You going to call on Saber and continue our encounter from before?
Like I would do that. I just want to ask you something. I just want to know the meaning of what you said to me. Drown clutching your ideals. The meaning of that. Until I hear it from his own mouth, the unease nesting in the back of my mind won't go away.
I meant just what I said. There was no added meaning in it.
There's no hesitation in his statement. Archer answers seriously, without the least amount of doubt. That's so insufferable that the world turns white in front of me. Then what, Archer? You tell me not to cling to ideals, but what the hell do you fight for? Servants all have their own goals, right? And what's the significance behind your fight? What do you fight for if you don't have any ideals?
Asking questions you already know the answers to. I fight only for myself. Tedious human nature, justice, ideals. Such vague ideas are all a sham. Take up the sword is only to realize your own desires. There can be no reason other than that.
For yourself? Just for yourself, you said?
That's right. If your desire is the ideal for no one to be hurt, then do as you please. If you want to save people that much, then save them. But only if that truly is your own desire.
Ooh. Huh? My mind stops. What did he say just now?
If you fight by your own will, and the sins and punishments that result from all things you bring forth yourself, shouldering that burden is also within the scope of your ideals. But if that will is borrowed from someone else, then the ideals you spout will collapse into fantasy.
In short, he's saying it's all fake.
To fight requires a reason, but that reason must not be an ideal. If you fight for the sake of an ideal, then an ideal will be all you can save. There's no path to saving anyone there.
I can't speak. I can't come up with a counter-argument. Archer's words themselves pierce my breast like an arrow. It's not just me. Even Saber standing next to me is the same. Oh, right! Wait, right! That could fucking ring true with Saber too. Oh my god.
Wow.
I fucking forgot about that.
Saber catching strays.
Ooh. That's him still, by the way.
Oh, shit, sorry. The meaning in the fighting is the desire to save something. At least it is for you, isn't it, Shirou? But salvation at the hands of a stranger is no salvation at all. What fulfills people is their own will and their own results. Salvation at the hands of another person, it's no different than gold. You use it, and it passes to someone else.
I can't speak. Something. I need to say that's wrong, so why?
That's why your ideals are meaningless. Certainly, you can realize your wish to save someone, but there's no wish for you to save yourself in that. Clinging to those ideals that aren't even yours, you'll most likely keep repeating it until you die.
No, that's
all I wanted to say. The end of saving people lies nothing. In the end, unable to save others or yourself, it's a life like a lie.
The red bag retreats. Both of them. Both of them. I can't find anything I can put into words. Shadows fall. The two of us, left in the shed, unable to even look at each other, keep staring at the back of he who's no longer here. And that's the end of the day! And something tells me we're going in full caster style today. Ooh. Oh my god, it's so good. We're leaving it here, right?
Oh, please.
God. Oh my god.
That was a very interesting final conversation between the two of them.
It really was. Okay, so like, this is like there's many differences between the routes, but like, Archer being around and not actually almost being fucking put down by Saber on the first fight they have. So like, he interacts with Shirou more is like the big change in Unlimited Blade Works.
Mm-hmm.
And holy shit, he just fucking calls him out.
It's so interesting.
Yeah.
I am very excited to see how this all resolves. Little has changed in my interpretation and theories, but you know, I mean, I'm just kind of here for the ride.
Ooh. You love how Nasu looks at the same thing from many different angles when writing stuff. Fiction's ultimate hater. He just fucking hates Shirou. Oh, and Shirou fucking hates him right back.
Nobody hates Shirou more than Shirou.
What theories did you all have out of curiosity? I do not have any theories, because the theories I have, I know what is confirmed and what isn't. Because I have read way ahead of this. I mean, not like of the story, but the wiki. And Fate Grand Order. Anya, however.
So I have two major theories. I'm still clinging to the whole deal I said with Sakura, that she's the actual master of writer, and following some information I think maybe was adopted from Tohsaka's family, but that's reading hints in the text. And then as for the identity of Archer, I'm fairly certain. So I said this offhandedly to you as a joke after I said my theory that he's Kiritsugu, where I said sending the conspiracy board as a meme, unless he's Shirou from the future. And I don't know, there's something there, I guess. But at the same time, I don't think I have anything to go off of, so...
Just vibes.
At this point,
just
I'm just here.
vibes. Like you can see like something there, and you're trying to pull the fucking threads. The most important theory is smiley face.
If you reacted to anything I said, I didn't hear it because the connection did the thing again.
Oh no, I apologize. I was just saying like smiley face.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah. No, but I was saying that you sense something there, but you're still like tugging on the like threads.
Some fuckery is afoot, but beyond that, I can only name what I think. I'm like, when it comes to the either Kiritsugu or Shirou from the future, whatever, that one is like up in the air. That's just like okay, this is just what I've decided to like latch on to with this. As for the first one, I'm dead certain.
That's like they are really like good, intricate, like seeing you pull the threads, like realizing like this and that, and be like, oh wait a minute, and like trying to like make sense of what you're seeing is really fucking interesting.
The first one, I'm sure that has to be the case, especially after the scene earlier and like Shinji complaining to himself in his mind about his situation. Like, that's just more fuel to the fire. I know I'm correct. I must be. Because I'm cool and never wrong. But as for the second one, I might be wrong.
We will see. We will just have to see, I guess, you know? It is just a matter of waiting. Don't worry about it.
It's not a matter of waiting. It is a matter of pushing through with our steeled resolve.
Also, Archer's identity is Merlin was an actual theory you had. That's so interesting.
That'd be fucked up.
Oh god. That could be fucked. Listen, Archer is already fucking shooting nukes. He may as well have shotguns. Why not? Just give us Summer Archer, make him a Saber, and give him fucking shotguns. That will work, I swear. That's the F-Go logic. Merlin is too much of a useless mage to be anything but a caster.
My partner just woke up and she just sent a message in my chat saying she's trying to figure out who I'm voicing based on the pitch of my voice right now. She guessed Kodamine.
Oh. Yeah, there is. It wasn't based on nothing. That's very, very fair. There's like there's so much to this story, and I love how it slowly reveals things.
I'm just super excited to find out about the whole to find out about the everything, because I feel like there's going to be shit that's revealed that's going to really hit me, where I'm like, I didn't even flag that was something to worry about.
I will fucking confirm nor deny anything here.
I mean, like, I feel like that's all but confirmed just because of the fact that we are in a series with a lot of unanswered questions.
That's fair. And also the fact that, there is the fact that you know that there's a whole route after this, and that is like the wildest one.
There's an entire route, and I've been seeing, like, anyone who I've brought this up to, who has, like, actually gone through the VN, has told me that one's kind of their favorite. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to have my own opinions. So far, I think. I know we're only, how many days into this one? Are we 10?
I think we're on the 8th day of the Holy Grail War, I think, but completely maybe the 9th or 10th, maybe? Let me check. Flowcharts. Unlimited Blade Works. Interlude. Shinji Mitsutsuri now. Swordmanship Practice. Boundary Field. Okay, this was Right as Death. Contact Tohsaka. Go help Saber. Okay, this is versus. Okay. Waking up. Half of the body paralyzed. Here we are. Okay, we are going into the 11th day.
So, I feel like, so far, I think I liked the Fate route better. But I'm also very open to the fact that I expect things are going to turn around a little bit more interestingly as this route finishes.
Tapers off toward the end. Speaking of, it is day 11, and there is 16 days. We are getting there.
We're kind of cruising. But just so far, I feel like the Fate route gripped me a little bit more as far as just like the characters and thematics that were like...
Yeah, like Saber and Shirou's like parallels had like a lot going on.
Yeah, for sure. But also, again, I'm very open to this idea that it will end up leapfrogging ahead of it.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Arukana, that was in fact my boss just speaking in. And for anyone who doesn't know, because this doesn't come up like much, but to like break kayfabe a little bit, I am in fact a plural system, and Saku is my headmate. So like she gets cameos occasionally. I like indulging the boss, except in capitalism. I want to make it very clear that we stand here against capitalism too. That is important.
I'd say it's borderline essential.
I love to see her. Any final words? Any thoughts you would like to share? Today it was a lot.
I'm looking forward to more terrible things happening to people I'm invested in.
My god, Saber and Shirou got the fucking shit kicked out of them today. One externally, one internally.
Saber fucking died.
Saber fucking got her fucking throat ripped out.
We've all been there.
I do like Kuzuki just looking at her, like waking up afterwards, and Caster being like, "Wait, she's wounded, we can't do this," and he's like, "Nah, that is not working on her a second time."
Not a fucking chance, actually. Let's go.
I had the surprise factor on my side. She's going to kick my ass next time. The ethics teacher fastball special.
At that, I do believe I have nothing important left to say. And thus, we should part ways.
Goodbye, Anya. It was
a
a pleasure.
As always, thank you to everyone in chat who's been hanging around. Big numbers today. Pretty cool.
Cool numbers.
Oh, I love being around you. It is a delight to go through.
You as well.
Yes, it is a delight to go through this garbage with you. I'm having an absolute delight.
I can't believe we saw the fucking worms today.
So the fucking worms today. We said the one thing I remembered about Fate going in was those fucking worms.
And they're coming into play now.
They're coming into play. We're getting into some worm play here. I'm gonna leave.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Bye-bye. And she is, in fact, gone. We will see them later, indeed, yes. We will see the censored version. I've mentioned this before, by the way. I've mentioned this before. I have. This I have in my hands right now is the first volume of Fate's Strange Fake that I bought recently. And in one of the pages, there's like, you know, there was like a fucked up mage family, you know? There was like a fucked up mage family. And the fucked up mage family was like, you know how fucked up mage families raise their kids. And we were joking because I was live blogging this, and we were joking like, wow, this family fucking sucks. This family is just barely better than the fucking Mato family. At least they don't use crest worms. And then I turned to the next page, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we gathered a couple of like magical artifacts from the fifth Fujiki Holy Grail War, and they show an uncensored version of the fucking worm." And I'm like, "Oh no, they are actually worse than the Mato. They also have the fucking worms." That one shook me. We were joking, like, at least they don't have the worms, haha. They're not as bad as they could be. They do have the worms. They have the worms too. Thanks for the heads up. It only shows up as like a background panel thing. There's nothing even remotely close to what happens in the first episode of Fate Zero. You just see it as like an item that they're recounting they have. There's some fucked up things, but the worms are not there. Also, now that Anya is gone, she's so fucking spot on, right? You all hadn't heard the second theory of the identity of Archer. She only told me in private when we were talking with like a big conspiracy theory board as like an one-off joke, and then she just fucking dropped it here. Oh, she's so spot on, and she doesn't even know it. I am genuinely impressed that she is, she knows it. She knows. Oh, man. I'm so excited. Yeah, her character reading is incredible. She's so good. Like, I know I have a bias because she's a good friend of mine. Like, we have been around for a long while, and like, we are in the very same wavelength, so I am very biased, but she just hones in on what's actually going on, and the parallels, she just grabs them by the fistful. I adore doing this with her. I appreciate it, thank you. Fate. I started playing, if you don't know, Arukana, I started playing Fate Grand Order, like 4 or 5 years ago, I think, at this point. Yeah, 4 to 5. And that was my introduction to the Fate series. I started my Fate indoctrination via the gacha game. And by, like, the 5th Singularity, I went from, hey, this is a cool game with, like, cool characters and a cool concept. I went into a, oh, this is something special that tickles every single box I have. And so when new concepts started to be introduced, I started like looking up things in the wiki, and I was like, oh, this franchise is like way fucking bigger than I thought. And I just like slowly began consuming like side materials and like a little bit of like other manga stuff, and one day I just had to go back and check the original Stay Night. So yeah, I know basically the rough outline of everything that is going to happen in this and the Heavensfield route, but I do not know the specifics of how it happens, and I am 100% sure I'm missing a few pieces that I will be like, what? This happens here? So it's gonna be fun. Your partner introduced you with the VN, but you almost started with Dean. You think you picked up FGO when you first dropped, but didn't dive into it until meeting WAG? Yeah. Question. When you played the dragon scene, when you played the VN for the first time, since you mentioned, did you play the Rialta Nua version or the uncensored one with the H scenes? Big question. You did not know about the worms. You're gonna be real now. They're so fucked, Sudani. They're so fucked. The whole thing with the worms is one of the absolute most fucked things in this game. The worms are the fucking worst. You played Rialta Nua, fair enough. It's very likely that in Abridged, they either omitted the scene that they didn't show much on the anime, or maybe even completely skipped the interlude in which they show Shinji in the worm basement. You're streaming, and also ace as fuck, extremely based unfair. Oh. Oh god, I adore this character so much. You know, there's a scene of Shinji and Archer talking. Oh, so then either they were just not too on the spot and they didn't do much with them in the anime, or you just completely filtered them out. Because you don't want to think about the Crestworms more than you need. They do have this interlude scene. Okay. Fair enough. This one seems like a pivotal one, you know? Like, it makes sense to have it. If they're gonna, like, remove scenes to make things more streamlined, this one makes sense to have it in. Oh. God, but what a good fucking BN. It just doesn't have the narration, only the conversation. That's fair, but still, they are still talking in the fucking bug basement. They could show them, at least a little bit. Ah. Let's stop talking about the worms, though. I have challenged Dutch to draw me in the worm pit, and I have some serious regrets now. I hate it. It is revolting. The first time you saw the uncensored worms off-stream, you started dissociating. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they're really bad. They're really bad. They're really bad. Oh, it's really fucked. Like, there's... Okay. Since Anya's not here, and this comes both as a thing of, like, knowing what comes ahead, and also as a general warning to anyone who doesn't know this. As we go from this route to the next one, as we move from Unlimited Blade Works to Heavensfield, I think there has to be a massive, glaring sexual abuse content warning blaring in the back as we go in, right? Right? You prefer the censor look of the worms because it isn't as on the nose. Yep, that's fair. They feel also more visceral. They have, like, the like, sharper teeth more, you know? But, like, Yeah, please. Yeah. Be very, very warned when we start going into Heaven's Fields. That one gets fucked. Extensive content warnings. That one gets fucked. So yeah, we'll get there when we get there, but we will get there. You've heard that's like the one that gets really fucking wild. You have not even the... If you, like, with your knowledge being only the abridged, Heaven's Fields is going to turn this whole story on its head. You could do it because you had your partner with you. Yeah, ooh, that helps. Hey, the pride, I do apologize. We are about to leave, don't worry. You don't know each other. Big hugs, Arcana. Genuinely, it's like when... Okay, so when Anya chose to do the Shinji voice, I immediately inherently felt bad. Because I am not sure exactly on the extent of how things are going to go, but I know that she's going to have to voice some things in Heaven's Fields with Shinji, and that is not going to be fun. Heaven Fields fully changes the genre of the VN. It becomes horror instead of shonen, and it is not shy about mature and upsetting elements. Yep. One moment. What? A cap of my chair just fell off. It's probably good to have the option not to voice certain lines. I believe Anya has already not voiced some lines. Like, the translation, there was one moment where Shinji said a slur, the R slur, and we obviously omitted it. We just didn't read it. We just censored it, like, live on stream. But also, when Anya was getting, like, particularly emotional, she didn't say, like, a couple of things, I think, at the very ending of the Fate route, because we were fucking bawling our eyes out, so... No, yeah, like... When we're talking about this, and I'm giving the content warnings, I know that I am 100% sure that the Heaven's Fields route is going to be my favorite route. I am 100% sure. It's going to be the route that I am going to get the most fucking flabbergasted by. But that doesn't mean that it's not just full of a lot. We're not saying this as a, it's bad. We're saying it as a, oh boy, there's a lot. That being said, I do not know how they handle it. I know it exists. I do not know how they handle it. By what I've been just hearing from people and like how Heaven's Fields is like the best route, I imagine it's generally handled well. But also, I do not know. I couldn't tell you. This is my assumption. This is where my knowledge becomes like Anya's, and I am blind to what's to come. Oh. Jesus. You think it was handled okay by your memory, but it's a bit blurry. That's fair. That's completely fair. And please do not try to think back to them. That's completely fair. Also, there is one thing I really loved, right? About the series. When I went into it, and I said this before, and I showed my reaction to this when I started to realize it, right? But like, you liked how it handles stuff? Okay, fair. When I went into the Fate route, I went in with the assumption that the Fate route was mid. I thought that the fucking Fate route was mid. My impression from hearing people's like talk and criticism secondhand but not wanting to delve into it because I didn't want to be spoiled entirely. I thought it was supposed to be mid. So imagine my surprise when I go through it. And it's a fucking banger. And now I'm loving the Unlimited Blade Works route as well. And now I'm afraid, because I thought, I thought I could enjoy Heaven's Field the way I enjoyed the Fate route. I thought I could enjoy Heaven's Fields the way I enjoyed Fate route. So if Fate route was like this, and I am enjoying Unlimited Blade Works, what the fuck does Heaven Field have in store for me? You thought it was the best thing ever when you finished it, and was shook when your father said it gets better? It does, yeah. It's mid among peak, which is still peak. Yeah. God. Oh, I'm so happy, and I am so excited for more. That being said, that being the case, that's not the music I should be putting on. That is better. The local minimum, yeah. So. It is 2:30 a.m. here. Oh, the Merlin pick, right! Okay. First of all, Arukana, how do you picture Merlin being? What is your mental image of Merlin right now, just off the top of your head, when you think Merlin, and specifically in Fate, from what Saber talks about him? How do you picture Merlin to be? Give us a stinky man. Wizard. Anyway, so, this is Merlin. This is the boy. That, my friends, is a fluffy twink. That man is so smug. Literally the emote. This man. Yeah, this is a fluffy twink. He's a beast. Don't worry about him. He's such a beast. Wait a minute. Don't worry about it. Wait a minute. I have more for you. Wait a minute here. I have more for you. He's a fake twink. He's jacked. Shut up. He's not jacked. I refuse your reality. So, look at him. Look at this costume of him. Look at him. Oh. I love this one costume for him so much, actually. But most importantly, and you cannot see it in that one art, However, that is not what you expected. That's so fair. However, give me a moment. This is like in this one endgame sprite. If we zoom in, you may be able to recognize that this man has the pointy incubus ears. He is a fucking little goddamn twink of an elf. Oh, I love this man. I love this man. He's the worst. He's the fucking worst, and I love him. He's not the worst. I wish he was the worst. Like, there's so many worse. I say that he's the worst, but he's not the worst. Let me see if there's like any other cool official images in the gallery in the wiki to share. You will. What's on Incubus? I mean, Succubus and Incubus are like two different forms technically. Like, traditionally, you think about Incubus and Succubus as like female and male, but technically, if you want to be technical about it, they're more like top and bottom, you know? Incubus is top and Succubus is bottom. Don't worry about it. But yeah, incubi are types of demons, and he specifically, as Saber says, he's like full of love and weak to like lust specifically. But like, it's less like that. It's more that he feeds on emotion. he cannot actually feel human emotion, but he feeds off of like human emotion and like strong emotions, and then perceives humanity through those emotions. Don't worry about that, Rokana. But yeah, in a way, he's more like an emotional dream sucker in that sense. Oh, let me check. Oh, look at this fucking fluffy bastard. Wait a minute. Let me put this up on screen. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at these clothes. Look at the fucking singular petal on his hand. He's so smug about it with his little macho flower shtick. He thinks he's so good, and he is. He's one of the best supports in the game still. But he's like genuinely so fucking pretty. Look at him. Look at him. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Oh, you can wait to play more FGO. You will see this man event. Wait a minute. Hold up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about this man. Don't worry about him. I love this man. And Merlin's exciting feat from the FGO wiki, everybody. Merlin's exciting feat. Don't worry about it. That is not an event that will come until next year. Merlin's exciting little toes. No! You have so many. Okay, so to answer truthfully, there is one of the events in FGO where one of the servants is like without going into much detail, she's kind of like a big like diva asshole, like fucking princessy bullshit sadist, like, and she has a thing for like shoes and feet gear of like various kinds. And the event, yeah, she likes making shoes and she collects shoes, and the event is helping her catalog every single shoe in Chaldea and like taking. So the event is technically about taking feet pics of every single servant in the game. You do in fact go out of your way to take pictures of every single one of your servants' feet so that she can rate them. I swear to God, it happens. It happens. It is a thing. It is a thing. It just happens. I don't know the full context of the why or how. I just know it happens. And like... Listen. Out of it, like, you can say fetish game. Like you can just say fetish game. This is the least. This is the least fetish. Feet peak bent is the least fetishy thing that you can get in FGO. I'm sorry. It's half of it just happens. It's just a thing that happens. Sometimes I could say that actually like a cute event where you're like saying that you like someone's shoes is kind of cute in comparison to the boar event. There was one event, which will not get a rerun because it was a New Year's event, in which someone got loose with the legendary hammer thing from Japan that makes things grow and shrink when you hit them. And first of all, that's just giantess bait. That is just giantess bait. Nasu, I know you like big girls. I do too. It's very blatant. But second, there is one section where you actually, like, there is a kaiju-sized Heracles rampaging through a city. And your idea to, the idea that the team has to pacify this Heracles down is to go inside of him and beat him up from the inside. And I need to put this out here, that when you are asked, what do you think of the plan? Like, are you, do you really want to come with us, Master? This could be like a dangerous mission. And one of the options you have is saying, and I quote, honestly, it sounds kind of fun. Count me in. You can canonically make a case for Ritsuka being into it. You can make a case for Ritsuka being into it. And that's all I say. That's just an event. That's just what happens. Sometimes that's just what happens later. And that's a event. And we technically count those as dubiously canon. You're not going to survive hunger. Those are technically dubiously canon. Like, they may or may not happen in respect to the, like, main story. But we all know they happen. We all know they happen, chat. There's, like occasionally, and, like, this is just, like, as a funny thing, like, occasionally you will be, right, like, because, no, look, like, okay. A lot of the time, you think, like, oh, it's a gacha game, so it's fan servicey. They have these summer servants, they have big titties out, they have, like, hot characters, and you have, like, a little bit of romance on the side, right? Like it's the gacha way, and you have a little bit of that spice to keep the specific demographic that this game is going for, like, looking in. But then occasionally, this game slaps you with, like, a really specific but really blatant fetish that is, like, really hardcore and really, really out of left field. And you're like, oh, like, yeah, you have, like, the normie fetish stuff. You have, like, the fox, like, the findom fox in the latex outfit, and you have, like, the summer servants. But then you have the Lustful 6 pet play, for example. I will not elaborate on this. And then you have, like, every single thing that is, every single thing that is CCC related. Yeah, let's not spoil things for Oru. I only mentioned it. That's why I said I was not going to elaborate. One moment. My chair cap keeps... 3 a.m. is when the spookies come out. But yeah, like, that's why I was talking mostly about events, because events do not get rerun. So I was not, like, I was not talking about any of the... Hey, mi batata, we are indeed wrapping up. I've been wrapping up for fucking half an hour. You're concerned? I think it's really funny seeing this slightly increasing concern every single time that something is brought up. But, okay. completely, like, that is just, like, the punctual cases. Completely aside. The story is good. The story, like, as I mentioned, it takes a little bit to get going because the first singularities were a little bit, like, smaller scope, and it was, like, non-supervised by Nasu. But, once the ball starts getting rolling, I genuinely think that FGO has some things that actually match, like, the impact of like some of the Fate Stay Night scenes. There were a couple, like, specifically when, like, the further along you go on the timeline of FGO, the more recurrent things give you the gut punch. But there were, like, some, like, the last few Lost Belt things going on have had me going insane. The last Lost Belt, without saying anything, I will say nothing, but even if I could say something about it, it wouldn't really matter because there's so much. It's genuinely, like, on par. That Belt sure do be lost. The last one, yeah, LB6 was so good, Nasu decided to make it longer than Stay Night route. Yep, yeah. The entire Lost Belt is actually the size of, like, 1.5 to 2 routes. You already cried once in the tutorial? Oh, honey. I am one of the rare, like, when I say it takes a little bit to pick up, I say it in the same way that I say Homestuck takes a little bit to pick up, in which I understand that many people will not be into it until a little bit later, but I also did. I actually cried with basically almost every single singularity at least once. It was, yeah, that's extremely fair. Do not worry about it. I do hope that you will enjoy Mashu. We all love Mashu here. And I hope you will enjoy your stay. And if you ever need any hints, any tips, anything at all that you may want to, like, get anything going, or, like, you don't know something and, like, need any kind of technical help with, like, FGO or anything, please, by all means, feel free to, like, bring it up. And also, if you want my friend code, I have a bunch of servants that you may want to use as a support. So if you want to, I will, like, I can send it later in the stream chat or something. I've been playing that thing for 4.5 years, only missing, like, a couple of days of not playing it. You could say, I could say it's an addiction, but I am free to play, so I am free to enjoy it as well. And there are people who unironically say Nasu doesn't like writing for / is being forced to write for FGO now. I feel there is a whole bunch of people I have bought quartz only for the guaranteed SSRs. I have never spent paid quartz. Like, I have never bought quartz to, like, get a random pull. Only on the guaranteeds. Every time I get a new servant, I have them max within, like, a day. I have every single servant in the game that I currently have fully maxed. So I just hoard materials. And when I get a new one, I just dump everything into them immediately. I just happen to have everything. You won't be able to play beyond the tutorial until after Fate Extra. That's so fair. I want to play Fate Extra too. I want to really delve into Fate Extra. But also... I'm still holding on the hope that they will release extra records soon. She's very pretty. Okay, no. Shh. No. Toms? No. No. You force my hand. Do you want to know how much Void's Dust or bones I have? Do you want to know? I am pulling up the game right now. I have my mobile in my hand right now. You cannot see it. You cannot hear it yet because it's still in the loading screen. Hello, Nero Claudius Caster. One moment. What level are my servant skills? For the ones that I use consistently under our meta, 10, 10, 10, every single other gold servant is 666. I have like 120 spare, like... I have like 120 spare, what's the name of the lores? Yeah, the crystallized lores. One moment. Oh, you can hear it now. You can hear it now. That is why you have voids, dust, and bones, okay? Okay, no. Bones, I do run out of, like, pretty consistently when I try to do something. However, void's dust, I feel even if I started leveling servants to 10-10, I could still have enough. And you know why? Because void's dust happens to be the one item that I have the absolute most of in the entire game. And I need you to know, item list, I currently am in the possession of 1,266 void's dust. I also have 200 evil bones. I only have 68 false chains though. 129 small bells of absolution, 500 seeds of Yggdrasil, 400 meteor shoes, 300 giant's rings, 393 hearts of the foreign god, 136 crystallized lores. I wish I could let you have these. I wish I could trade some of these with all of you. I have way too many of some of these. I have like 422 secret gems of Lancer. I have 26,000 mana prisms. My fucking inventory is a travesty. It's a tragedy to look at. 93 code removers, 13 holy grails. Aww. I need to use my 16 teapots though. They will run out soon. But yeah, that is like the state of my... That's the state of my FGO wallet right now. It is absurd. A different language you're slowly learning. You will learn to recognize some of these items when you start needing them to level up servants. Okay, fine. It's 3 a.m. I get it. I'll stop. I'm going. I know you all hate me so much. You don't need to make it so blatant and clear, okay? Okay. I'll just fucking leave now. Okay? Anyway. The ending music has been playing for far too long at this point. "24-hour streams fuck you up. God. I could probably nap at least a little bit through the stream. I have been up for 24 hours once in my life before, and I know how fucked it gets you. But I'll be fine. I have a very normal sleep schedule. I'm going to be up for like another 3 hours before I go to sleep. So I'll be seeing you next time. Why is the music ending? No. Give me like 1 more minute. There we go. Good girl. There we go. Anyway, for real. Good night, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Tomorrow, we may do the extra stream with the H scenes. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see about it. I'll inform you during the day on Twitter. And yeah, my brain has decided that it doesn't want to work anymore, so I'm just going to leave. Bye-bye. Bye.